What's up, everybody? Welcome to Capital Mondays. Today's a really big day. Why is it a big day, Nance?
We are finally getting into the book itself. We are starting chapter 1 of volume 1 of Kapital.
Das Kapital. Yeah.
Kapital with a capital K.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so we've been building up to this for the last 3 weeks. People who are on the free side are, at this point, only able to see the first episode. By the time this goes up, they will have been able to see the first 3 episodes, and we'll be on to chapter 4, 5, 6. Who knows at that point where we'll be at. But well, you already know what it is. If you don't know what it is, it's Capital Mondays. Every Monday, Nance and I read either Das Kapital or expansion packs on this work. You know, we're not just talking Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st century. We're also talking about a lot of these second international Marxist expansion packs. A lot of people like Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Kautsky and actually, maybe not Kautsky, but more like Hilferding and Bauer, like they, to the point Lenin as well, like all wrote like these expansion packs. So, and if you want to think about critiques or like outsider critiques as expansion packs, then you also get the Austrian school, you get the neoclassical, the neoclassical economics school, you get the Keynesian economics, and so there's just all of this different stuff. Now, let's take all of that, bracket it. Today is just Capital Volume 1. And we're basically just going to get into it. The only thing I have to say before we actually get into it is notes. We've got a note about notes. Nance, what do we got a note about notes?
We are, I mean, it's not like learning how, but in a sense it is learning how. It's figuring out how to maximize and to make more efficient and effective and efficacious our own ability to take notes and thinking of notes as like a persistent companion document that we're kind of generating as we're reading along. So we're going to try new things and like summarizing and restating in our own words and shit like that, to become better readers, better, I don't know, students
like,
of this.
Yeah, because at this point we have been doing it somewhat, right? But we have not done it as well as we would like to, because there's always room for improvement. Unless you're one of these people who shows up thinking they already know everything and that they are essentially at the end of history, but in terms of their own development, right? So we get people who show up and they go, oh yeah, I know how to take notes. Oh yeah, I know how to write. Oh yeah, I read books. We don't think we know how to read books. We don't think we know how to take notes. We don't think we know what capital is. We're working on it. It's always a process, and it's a process that we're here to do. So we'll be doing like this sort of meta commentary about how to take notes. We'll be stopping and taking our sweet fucking time, making sure we understand things as we go. And, you know, because of that, it's going to take a lot longer to get through Capital Volume 1 than it would have. It'll take a lot longer to get through all of these readings, but that's why we do it every Monday for the rest of our lives. That's why it's just a working class holiday until Capital becomes an actual historic footnote. At that point, we can go on and do other things.
Yeah, like Taco Tuesday.
We'll just do Taco Tuesday. We'll tend to cows in the morning, fish in the afternoon, and do Taco Tuesdays in the evening. And that's all we'll have to do.
That'll be the shit.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. Let's just skip straight down into the beginning. We're going to get into the fundamental cell of capital itself. The commodity.
Okie dokie.
And it's really interesting, like, because there's this whole like
It's like 100
question of like starting point. It's like Marx decided to focus on the commodity at the beginning after writing the Grundrisse, which is this right here. This is a fat boy, you know, just as fat as Capital itself. And in the Grundrisse, that's not how he starts. In the Grundrisse, he starts out by saying, basically, he goes through the ways that production, distribution, consumption, circulation, all of these terms implicate one another and are actually not so easily separable, right? So the very beginning is called production, consumption, distribution, exchange, circulation.
So like when someone comes in and makes a little comment about like, oh, I don't read X writer because he conflates production and distribution and leaves it at that and doesn't clarify, doesn't give any context or even references. They just kind of vaguely gesture at that. You're either person an expert and you know exactly what you're talking about and you've forgotten that the masses don't know what you're talking about, or you yourself don't know what you're talking about and you're just repeating something you've heard someone else say. Because for there to be huge books written about these complex interrelated topics, to think that you can just dismiss something in a 125 character YouTube comment or whatever, like it's kind of silly. Like you are missing the point.
And there's a lot of those
or you've
kinds
gone
of
so far beyond us that like you're on a different planet and we're not worthy.
Well, that's I think what's it's like we have to steel ourselves against that because it's incessant, right? Like if we were teaching a classroom or if we were reading these books in front of like a live audience, there would be people who are doing their damnedest to contribute by following along. And actually, like, does this all make sense? As opposed to people who just want to hear themselves talk and they'd weed themselves out from the process really quickly. Everybody else would be rolling their eyes in the back of the room like, oh my God, here we go. This person just wants to talk about something that's tangentially related. But online, we just get the people who are tangential or who want to be like, oh, I don't actually have to do this thing that you're all here to do because I know everything. And everyone else is like, well, then why are you even here? And it's like, well, that's the question, isn't it? And so, look, we love everybody here, but just kind of a reminder, if you're kind of here for it, take notes. Remember, like, if you want to be like on the level, it's not to like say that you're a know-it-all. It's to say you don't, and that you're here to learn, That's what we're trying to do. So anyway, I'm going to read off the line, though, about how these things all implicate each other. It's on page 99 of the introduction in the Grundrisse, the Penguin edition. It says, but 1, there is no exchange without division of labor, whether the latter is spontaneous, natural, or already a product of historic development. 2, private exchange presupposes private production. 3, the intensity of exchange, as well as its extension and its manner, are determined by the development and structure of production. Right? That's kind of just an example. He gets more and more into it until he's basically just saying, that none of these things are separable. Like John Stuart Mills writes this beautiful, sexy, book on political economy, and it's separated by these terms, these sort of section headers, these throughout the work, production, consumption, distribution, exchange. And Marx is just like, because he's a dialectician, he's like, these are not separable spheres, my brother. And so, that could have been his point of departure in this text. Instead, his point of departure is the commodity form. Let's get to it.
Chapter 1, the commodity. Section 1, the two factors of the commodity: use value and value, substance of value, magnitude of value. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation, therefore, begins with the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is, first of all, an external object, a thing which, through its qualities, satisfies human needs of whatever kind. The nature of these needs, whether they arise, for example, from the stomach or the imagination, makes no difference, nor does it matter here how the thing satisfies man's need, whether directly as a means of subsistence, i.e., an object of consumption, or indirectly as a means of production. Every useful thing, for example, iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. Every useful thing is a whole composed of many properties. It can therefore be useful in various ways. The discovery of these ways and hence of the manifold uses of things is the work of history. So also is the invention of socially recognized standards of measurement for the quantities of these useful objects. The diversity of the measures for commodities arises in part from the diverse nature of the objects to be measured and in part from convention. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value, but this usefulness does not dangle in midair. It is conditioned by the physical properties of the commodity and has no existence apart from the latter. It is therefore the physical body of the commodity itself, for instance, iron, corn, a diamond, which is the use value or useful thing. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. When examining use values, we always assume we are dealing with definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, or tons of iron. The use values of commodities provide the material for a special branch of knowledge, namely the commercial knowledge of commodities. Use values are only realized in use or in consumption. They constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its social form may be. In the form of society to be considered here, they are also the material bearers of exchange value. Exchange value appears, first of all, as the quantitative relation, the proportion in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. This relation changes constantly with time and place. Hence, exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e. an exchange value that is inseparably connected with the commodity. Inherent in it seems a contradiction in terms. Let us consider the matter more closely.
All right. So all I put down for page 26, which is the first page, is the commodity is our point of departure. And then for page 127, commodities are useful in all caps, but they are also the bearers of exchange value. What else should be said?
I would say here, even right here, he's coming up and talking about the physicality, the material. Like he's dealing with. We have these abstract things called value, but they come from material work, use. Like I've always thought about it as like it's a metabolism. Like he's describing a metabolism, which is a physical process of change. And the change that he's concerned with is utility or work. So like, but he's coming out here and saying it is therefore the physical body of the commodity itself, which is the use value or useful thing. So he's starting from the very front. Like I'm doing a materialism here.
Right. So then copy that and paste it to what I'm writing right now, which is he's doing a materialism here. And folks, I will mute myself whenever I'm typing when there's reading going on, but when we're talking, I'm going to be typing. And if I ever see somebody complain about that in the comment section, I'm going to ban them from the channel for all time. I don't want it. I don't need it. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yikes. Gulag.
Gulag with you.
No, I hate the complaining about the typing, but I also get it when someone is talking, like. But if we're just doing note taking, like I can't do that. Sorry.
Oh, you mean like people are like, oh, your keyboard triggers me?
Yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing.
I get it.
But I am trying to get better about not doing it, say, if Mikey's lecturing or if you're reading. Like, if I'm typing while you're reading, tell me to mute myself because I forgot. That's also part of this. So, yeah, so he's doing a materialism here. Anything else, especially from the first page, that's especially important? I think so. I think there's a crucial line right here, which is that the discovery of these ways of using things, and hence the manifold use of things, is the work of history. So this is page 1. This is his material. This is you're pointing out his materialism. His historicism is right there too. Like, he understands history as a process of evolution in tools.
So it's, I guess, a little maundering on my part. It's funny that, like, that's his Hegel, this historical thing, but like my Hegel, and I feel like your Hegel, is more grounded in the materialism part of Marx's historical materialism. But I feel like he gets the historical, you know, the grand sweep of history. He gets that from Hegel. Whereas I get my version of Hegel and relate it more to his idea of materialism rather than history. I just think it's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, of course, the non-standard Hegel in quotes, but I feel like it's becoming more popular largely due to Žižek and Catherine Malibu, and even shout out Stirner, where they're dealing with this more materialist Hegel instead of the Hegel that Andre Gors dunked on in The Disappearance of the Proletariat, or Farewell to the Proletariat.
Well, really, that's the Hegel that they all dunk on, including Marx.
Right.
So it's kind of like the understanding of Hegel as this kind of idealist is the Marxist Hegel. And honestly,
the worldview Marxist Hegel.
Right. Well, and I mean, I think it's also Marx's Hegel, but like, I'm not going to take a strong stance on that, but I think it is actually Marx's Hegel. Like, the young Hegelians had this reading of Hegel.
That's why they kicked Stirner out. They didn't kick him out, but that's why they hated on him.
Yeah. So the other thing I want to point out from page 1 is that he says that the nature of the needs that are met by commodities are not, it doesn't matter if they are needs that arise from the stomach or the imagination. He says it makes no difference.
Yeah.
Tools. So commodities meet needs regardless of whether they're real needs or imaginary needs. Like, he puts that into scare quotes. No, he doesn't. I thought he did. I read it like he did, but he doesn't. So it's just like, rather from the stomach or the imagination, it makes no difference. And that's obviously true. Like, in this, like, in a sort of sense, he is bracketing out the question of real needs as opposed to socially constructed needs. He's not going to make this distinction between wants and needs, where someone says, well, I need food, but I want the newest cell phone. It's like, no, at the level of economics, economists don't care. There is demand and there is supply. And the demand is being demanded because people ostensibly need it. Like, it's a useful fiction to just say, yeah, they need it. To me, I think that this is like one of those really big question marks, and it's going to be one of the ones that Baudrillard attacks in the Mirror of Production when he says like production and also the idea of meeting needs. Like these become so ideological that at a certain point you just need to throw them out. But also considering the fact that most of the things that we buy, though they meet our use at a certain level, like they are useful or like, oh, this is pretty, I like it, because they're built not to last, because they are built to make as much profit as possible and ultimately just get you to buy them. We are surrounded by things we don't need that we think we need. And I don't know, I think that that's more of a question for critique of libidinal economy as opposed to critique of political economy. And when we're doing Lacan or McGowan or Žižek, we're doing critique of libidinal economy. But right now, it's straight CPE, baby. So let's just kind of like assume their assumptions and keep going.
A given commodity, a quarter of wheat, for example, is exchanged for X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. In short, it is exchanged for other commodities in the most diverse proportions. Therefore, the wheat has many exchange values instead of one. But X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. each represent the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat. Therefore, X boot polish, Y silk, Z gold, etc. must, as exchange values, be mutually replaceable or of identical magnitude. It follows from this that firstly, the valid exchange values of a particular commodity express something equal, and secondly, exchange value cannot be anything other than the mode of expression, the form of appearance of a content distinguishable from it. Let us now take two commodities, for example, corn and iron. Whatever their exchange relation may be, it can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron. For instance, 1/4 of corn equals X weight of iron. What does this equation signify? It signifies that a common element of identical magnitude exists in two different things, in 1/4 of corn and similarly in X weight of iron. Both are therefore equal to a third thing, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third thing. A simple geometrical example will illustrate this. In order to determine and compare the areas of all rectilinear figures, we split them up into triangles. Then the triangle itself is reduced to an expression totally different from its visible shape, half the product of the base and the altitude. In the same way, the exchange values of commodities must be reduced to a common element, of which they represent a greater or lesser quantity. This common element cannot be a geometrical, physical, chemical, or other natural property of commodities. Such properties come into consideration only to the extent that they make the commodities useful, i.e. turn them into use values. But clearly, the exchange relation of commodities is characterized precisely by its abstraction from their use values. Within the exchange relation, one use value is worth just as much as another, provided only that it is present in the appropriate quantity. Or, as old Barbon says, one sort of wares are as good as another, if the value be equal. There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value.
And this is like, once again, just taking the standpoint of economics, which is ultimately what he is critiquing. It's not, okay. This book and this pen and this piece of paper are all, to the task that we are involved in currently, more useful to me than the pair of pliers, the hammer, all of the stuff that's like over there in the box, okay, behind me. Until I reached over for it as an example, I wasn't even aware of it in the room, because it's not part of the task at hand. So from the standpoint of my individual experience and of our singular project that we're doing right now, there are specific commodities that have more use value. But that's not the standpoint he's taking. He is taking the CPE standpoint, which is a structural standpoint, which is thinking basically at the level of statistical averages. And at the level of statistical averages, as a businessman, you don't think about singularities or singular use needs. You're thinking about, okay, so I need a wheelbarrow for my operation, or I need a backhoe for my operation, or I need a new building for my operation. What is the actual price of that thing that I need? Okay, well, if it's a wheelbarrow, it's $150. If it's a backhoe, it's probably like $100,000 or something. Like if it's a building, it's probably a few $100,000. Okay. You go, okay, well, I've got all these other things that I use. Though, how many of these other things do I have to put together to be able to trade for that thing that I need? Like that's basically what he's doing here, and that's we're doing this reference to a third thing. The reference to the third thing here, obviously, is going to be money, but money just becomes the stand-in. You could abolish money, and then people are going to, like he said, use wheat as the third thing. Or they're going to use something. But if the economy fell apart tomorrow and your dollar was worthless and you couldn't use your credit card, the point is you would suddenly start thinking, okay, well, I need this thing. How do I get that thing? Someone else has that thing. Well, I've got to give them something that will seem like it's that value. Oh, we just came to the word value. So he's deriving the word value. He's deducing the term value. And there's going to be this push in the direction of abandoning any talk of value in later economics. They just want to focus on price because they don't care about understanding reality. They only care about understanding business. And so from the standpoint of business, you don't actually need the concept of value. You don't even need it. You can just talk about supply,
cost, price, yeah,
demand. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, but I think that the word cost even invokes the word value, right?
I don't. I think when used from the perspective of like supply, demand, cost, price, like I think cost might point to value because it kind of vaguely includes labor as well as like material costs, like work time, like the amount of time, the amount of actual physical work being done, also the amount of things you must acquire. But like, I think you can use cost in this like sanitized way that covers up total cost. Like when people refer to cost, they often cover total cost and social cost. Like they don't include those when they talk about the cost of business. They're just like, oh, I have to pay rent and I have to pay labor and I have to pay insurance. But they don't also talk about the government funded infrastructure on which they're building their business relies. So I think cost is actually covering up the true idea of cost itself when people use it. People use cost
I feel the same way about
ideologically.
value. I feel the same way about value, right? Because to do a time energy theory of value requires saying that what gets taken to be value most of the time is not actual value, right?
For sure.
So
yeah, I fucking hate that. I hate the idea of value, because it's just such a slippery, gross thing that like erases what actually matters. Like, no, I do value my time, but when we talk about value, my time is always mysteriously excluded from the conversation. Like what I value personally, morally, ethically, spiritually, blah, 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 all these things never gets included when people talk about value because they're just like, oh yeah, well, that'll save you some time and you can become more efficient and you can this and that. And
yeah, but efficient for what? Right.
Exactly.
Okay. So back it up though, because I feel like you walked yourself back into my own position. You were like,
no,
you like the word cost, not value, but then you talked about it a little bit, and then you were saying that that there's two meanings to cost, and that the two meanings you're assigning to cost are the two meanings that also get assigned to value, one of which we do like, the other one which we do not like, right?
I don't think I like. Then what I dislike about cost is that it covers up total cost. What I dislike about value is that it tries to do this universal thing where we are erased, like where our time energy is erased. So like cost erases social cost,
which would be the environmental externalities,
we're destroying the planet, we're killing ourselves, we're
the loss of civic networks,
tax money that win it. Yeah, all this stuff. And value erases the humanness. Like having conversations about value. Like I don't like either of the terms, I guess.
I guess here's why I'm thinking that Marx would argue that value is the same as cost. And maybe I'm wrong, but also just like, I haven't read this book in a while, so I'm obviously rusty. But I know that socially necessary labor time is the way that value is derived, and that socially necessary labor time includes the things that are not externalities. So I agree that it doesn't bring into account the social cost. I get that, but the actual cost of production, the minimum cost of production for anything, is going to be reduced to the inputs. And those inputs, some of them have to be renewed, such as labor power. Labor power has to be renewed, which means that you have to pay at something close to the amount that would be its means of subsistence, right? And so at that point, if social necessary labor time determines what value is within this system of capitalism, then that's where I'm making this connection.
I think, and I could be wrong, but I think he does maintain a distinction between cost and value, just like he maintains a distinction between price and value. But we'll get into that. That's all ahead of us. Like we're getting there. But yeah, like the cost of doing business and blah, 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 like that, that's an input into value itself. Like that's not the total value. Because the value is produced in the production itself. So like cost is an input to value. Like that kind of cost is an input for the ultimate value at the end of that process.
Okay. We'll get into it. All right. So as far as notes go, is there anything else we need to say? I wrote the question, is cost not value? Dave thinks this because cost equals socially necessary labor time. So like that's a question we can just leave there. Anything else we want to touch on from this page?
I think when he's talking about this mysterious third thing,
yep,
being ultimately fungible and making everything else ultimately fungible as well. Like, doesn't matter, iron, corn, wheat, diamond, I don't give a shit. It's all fungible to me because I'm concerned with this mysterious third thing. I'm not concerned with the actual thing. So thinking in terms of value forces you to think of things in this like fungibility. That's what I hate about value. Things are particular. The computer that Chris makes is a particular thing. The desk that Anthony makes is a particular thing. Like these singular things are not fucking fungible, and I don't give a shit how much value you want to assign to it based on all these equations. No, I choose what matters.
Fungibility. Okay, and because we've got people just getting into this whole discourse through us right now, fungibility just means exchangeability. Just remember that. Anytime we talk about fungibility, that's all that means. Same with the word magnitude.
Total interchangeability. Like, there is no difference between the things. It doesn't matter what they are. Their qualities are totally thrown out the window. You're only concerned with quantity at that point.
Right. And a commodity is more successful at being a commodity the more it is totally fungible. Like, somehow Costco pizza tastes exactly like Costco pizza anywhere you eat it. And it's really good, actually. So it's like, how did they nail that? Like, how do they reproduce the exact fucking same pizza over and over and over again at hundreds, if not thousands of stores? I mean, it's got to be thousands, I'm sure. So it's like, wow, how do they do that? I don't know, but they do somehow. And the same thing goes for like a Lego set. You buy a Lego set. It's the exact same one you could have bought at a different department store or online. So that is why they're so successful as companies, outside of the fact that they meet some sort of a certain need, like your need to eat or your need to play. There is this reliable fungibility that they have perfected. Yeah. There, I added the note that fungibility is total exchangeability. And that's, yeah, ultimately, like, I know that, like, value and cost do speak to different things at a certain level. And because you could just replace the term value whenever he says value. There's use value and there's value. There's pure value and then there's use value. Use value, he always says use value. Value, whenever he says value on its own, he's speaking of exchange value. And you could replace the word value itself with the equal sign, right? Like, symbolically, I think like it would be the same thing. You're speaking of pure equivalence.
Yeah.
The question is like, what goes into that? And I'm just saying, like, he's saying that it's based in cost of the socially necessary labor time.
Yeah.
Like, these are not self-standing things, though. Like, this, to value is not a self-standing thing. The whole 3 volumes is going to fill out our understanding of what actually determines it. Yeah. Yeah.
This mysterious third thing, this specter, where does it come from and what is it?
This is the thing.
On the notes, you were off by 1 page number, so I just changed that. So if you look and see.
Oh, perfect.
All right. 100 pounds worth of lead or iron is of as great a value as 100 pounds worth of silver and gold. As use values, commodities differ above all in quality, while as exchange values, they can only differ in quantity, and therefore do not contain an atom of use value. If then we disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. Hold on, I'm highlighting in my book. That of being products of labor. But even the product of labor has already been transformed in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value. It is no longer a table, a house, a piece of yarn, or any other useful thing. All its sensuous characteristics are extinguished. Nor is it any longer the product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, or the spinner, or of any other particular kind of productive labor. With the disappearance of the useful character of the products of labor, the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them also disappears. This, in turn, entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor. They can no longer be distinguished, but are all together reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case. I feel like we should grab the whole second half of this paragraph. and find a section for it.
Yeah, I was just like looking over this paragraph and I'm thinking, I think we'll probably want to call it deriving human labor in the abstract. And then we'll put the quote there. So what is he abstracting out? We abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value. Right, so because any given thing can meet a lot of different needs in different ways. He's just abstracting out the particularities and just getting to the value of it. Right? Is that what he's saying?
If we make abstraction from its use value, we abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value. It is no longer a table, a house. I think this is, he's just describing how this makes us as laborers in our time, being productive laborers, this makes us fungible as well. Like it's turning that human labor, the kinds of labor embodied in them also, the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them also disappears.
Right.
This in turn entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor. So this is where this this flattens all human activity. For those of us who are destined to be laborers, this flattens it all out. I don't know how to put that in words, though.
Well, an example would be useful. So I'll just give the one that comes to mind, which is whether I work at Amazon, Target, Walmart, Albertsons. Okay, those are bad. This is bad. I'm working within the set of sort of like warehouses and department stores. Let's get out of that. Like, where I work doesn't matter. I just need a certain amount to live. And I need a little bit extra than what I need to live if I want to be able to have a decent life. All right. So I'm going to look around and I'm going to take what's on offer. I don't give a shit what's being made. Like, people do not choose. People do not choose where they work unless they're extremely privileged, right? Like, they do not choose where they work on the basis of like ideals. They choose where they work because they've got bills to pay.
Necessity.
It's necessity, yeah. But it's like you're looking for a number on a paycheck. You're looking for a number on a paycheck. You're looking for a deposit into your bank account. You're not looking for the actual, like, oh, what is the process that I'm engaged in, right?
Right.
Like, oh, I'm moving boxes from one place to another, or oh, I'm putting drywall onto the walls, or oh, I'm putting pizzas into ovens. Like, it doesn't matter. You're there for the money. So yeah, you might be a poet in your heart. You might be a beautiful soul, and you're like, yes, but I'm only doing this because of some bigger thing. Like, I've got a child whose mouth needs fed, or oh, I want to, whatever. It doesn't matter what your aspirations are outside of the fact that, yeah, but when you keep going back to this job, the reason you keep going back to this job is because you need an amount of money, and that amount of money is what it ultimately boils down to. Like, that is the leveling effect that value does to us.
Yes. And in this structure, in this system, nothing matters but our ability to successfully complete blocks of time as productive laborers. So from our perspective, being the human laborers, we're engaging in this because we need the paycheck, and so it flattens out our daily lives because we don't have the time to engage in anthropotechnics, for instance. Like if we want to talk about that,
like
but
how
from
Peter
the
Sloterdijk does, yeah.
yeah,
Which just
but
means
from
like achieving, for your own sake.
yeah, but from the perspective of capital, it makes us all minions. We're all little minions. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a good person, if you're a bad person, if you have a unique struggle or circumstance that you've overcome, or if you're a total shitbag. None of that matters. So it's dehumanizing down here at the bottom from our perspective, but it also forces capital, the structure, the system, whatever, people making the decisions at the top, it forces them to view us as inhuman as well. It's nothing but interrelated cogs in this, it's not Voight-Kampf. What am I thinking of? The machine. What are those? God, why can't I think of them now? Like the mousetrap that's all fucked up.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, let me Google it, because now I feel like an idiot, because I just forgot it as I was trying to say it.
Don't worry, man. It's going to happen a lot as we're doing this.
I know. Hold on, no. You know, like, you ever play that board game Mousetrap?
Yeah.
You, like, drop the marble, and it hits the switch, and it hits the lever, and what are those called? I use the word all the time. I can't
just say a fancy mechanism. Let's keep going.
Yeah, okay.
It'll come to you as soon as you stop trying. Yeah, it'll come to you.
Yeah, it will. All right.
So, but what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
We're nothing but pieces in that machine.
Yeah,
Rube Goldberg, fuck Rube Gold. Like, we're nothing but discrete pieces in that Rube Goldberg machine from the perspective of capital, which also, thanks to the PMC, they view us as nothing but discrete components of this vast Rube Goldberg machine when they're making the decisions that determine the conditions of possibility for us in our very own lives and our daily lives.
Which is also like, yeah, we either are subservient stands of their projects, we subscribe to them, we like them, or we are like faulty cogs, right?
Exactly.
Like that's like they just want to replace the parts, right? They're just looking for followers or for good workers,
Yep.
And we are good workers 6 days out of the week, but today it's Capital Mondays, everybody. So fuck you. No.
Capital
All right.
Mondays. All right.
I'll start reading. We're on page 128 now.
Correct. Second paragraph. Actually, second big paragraph.
Okay,
Let us now.
Yeah. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case, but the same phantom-like objectivity. They are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, as in of human labor power expended without regard to their form of its expenditure. All these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended to produce them. Human labor is accumulated in them. As crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values, commodity values. Crystals of this social substance. I like that term when he says that, when he uses that idea. We have seen that when commodities are in the relation of exchange, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value as it has been defined, which is to say, exchange value. The common factor in the exchange relation or in the exchange value of the commodity is therefore its value. The progress of the investigation will lead us back to exchange value as the necessary mode of expression or form of appearance of value. So the progress of the investigation, meaning this book or the entire all three volumes, will lead us back to exchange value as the necessary mode of expression or form of appearance of value. Okay. This is an interesting sentence, I guess. It's just tripping me up because it feels very circular. If exchange value and value are the same thing for him, because like I've always just understood that whenever he says value without qualifying it as use value, he is referring to exchange value. But this sentence is like tripping me up because it says the progress of the investigation will lead us back to exchange value as the necessary mode of expression or form of appearance of value. So he's saying that like there's a necessary expression and form of appearance of value that is exchange value. But that's like that means that they're not.
So I think what he's doing is because he's saying there are these different types of value. Mm-hmm. And because exchange value is the necessary mode of appearance, I am going to use exchange value and value interchangeably, but there are also other types of value, use value, and on. And, you know, people that wrote following up hypothesized different forms of value. So he's saying like this word value, here's what it means, and it has these different meanings in these different contexts. I am using exchange value, and value is the same word for me, because this form of value is the default necessary mode of expression for what we think of when we say the word value, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. So then maybe like make a little note, like a bullet point that says that Marx, he says that explicitly. It's good. We could even copy paste that sentence itself, but just an additional note being like, value has different forms, but exchange value becomes the necessary form of appearance, mode of expression.
Yep.
For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. Okay. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude or size of this value to be measured? Magnitude just means size, by the way. Like it sort of has like this connotation of being a giant size, like a big size, but it really just means size. And so I think that it's like, to me, it's like obnoxious Marxian jargon whenever I hear people talking and they keep throwing around the word magnitude. And it's just like, you just mean size. Stop it. Yeah. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. It might seem that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor expended to produce it, it would be the more valuable, the more unskillful and lazy the worker who produced it, because he would need more time to complete the article. However, the labor that forms the substance of value is equal human labor, the expenditure of identical human labor power. The total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, although composed of innumerable individual units of labor power. Each of these units is the same as any other to the extent that it has the character of a socially average unit of labor power and acts as such, as in only needs, in order to produce a commodity, the labor time which is necessary on average, or in other words, is socially necessary. Here's the crucial line. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in the society. The introduction of power looms into England, for example, probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to convert a given quantity of yarn into woven fabric. In order to do this, the English hand loom weaver, in fact, needed the same amount of labor time as before, but the product of his individual hour of labor now only represented half an hour of social labor and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value. So this is why I think, like, I just can't take philosophy of technology as a field seriously for not centering Marx, because he's the first thinker who thought about how the entire fabric of social life is changed in not just the way that it appears, but also its actual quality. The quality of life is affected whenever the tools that we use evolve in such a way so that the time that it takes to make a thing is dramatically reduced. Yeah, what were you going to say here?
I don't know, like putting this large paragraph into my own words is what I'm trying to do. And I think
let's just use an example. Okay. I like to always go to the example of digging a ditch. Yeah. So digging a ditch. If I dig a ditch and you dig a ditch, it might take us different amounts of time, right? But from the standpoint of the person who needs the ditch dug, they have like this idea of like what it's worth based on what it is worth on average. Like, how much time does it usually take for someone to dig a ditch? If it takes me twice as long to dig the ditch as it does you, then they're not going to pay me twice as much, right? That would be insane. But that is what a very simplistic idea of the labor theory of value would lead a person to believe, which is what he's kind of debunking at the very beginning of this paragraph. He's saying, like, look, people who believe in a naive labor theory of value, I think he's taking a swipe at some anarchists in his life at the time. Then, like, that's how things would work if it was so simplistic. But it's not so simplistic, is it? No, and that's because there's a third thing here, right? And the third thing is reference to the socially necessary labor time, which is an average ideal we have of how long it actually takes to get the job done. So if I take twice as long as you to get that done, then they're going to pay me the same amount that they would have, right? Like, that's, now, of course, people can find all kinds of ways of skirting this. People can like trick someone into thinking that they've done the same value, or done it in the same amount of time, or like there's all kind. People find all kinds of ways of skirting things, and in reality, these things are always in flux. And there's like a way that you can always make a profit by finding some way to do it under what's perceived as the socially necessary labor time. But genuine innovation in the actual tools that we use, that is to say, the new inventions that short circuit the process and make it a lot faster, those change the socially necessary labor time, the average time that it takes to produce any given thing. And that means that if you're like using one of these old school, what is he uses the example of a loom? Is he saying that oh yeah. So if you're using a hand loom, it's only powered by your human body. And then they come out with power looms that are being powered by steam. or whatever, then yeah, you're now competing with factories from your living room, because people like used to just do this from like their living rooms, and now all of a sudden they're doing it in factories. Well, guess what? There were still people doing it in their living rooms while there were factories that were doing power looms. But the people who were doing it by hand were getting like slowly bankrupted, or maybe very fast. The point is like they could know the value went down in the yarn that they were making, meaning that they couldn't keep doing it anymore. Like they had to find a new job, and they probably went to work for the factory that had the power looms in the first place.
So value is socially constructed and socially determined according to these social averages and these existing material conditions.
Yeah.
And making a smooth brain argument in either way is always going to be wrong. Like it's always this complex relationship. This interconnected relationship that's always going to be in flux. It's always going to be constantly updating. Okay.
What do you mean by making an argument either way? Either way between what two ways?
Like to do the simple labor theory of value. Oh well, I spent this much time. Like this much time means this much value.
Right.
Or to say that it's not related at all to labor, like to say that it's an entire social construct, or to say that it's completely determined by the time,
right,
is wrong.
Because in reality, it's not your actual. Yeah, you get paid by the hour, but that's based on an average, right? You're being paid per hour on the average, which is the socially necessary labor time of anyone to be able to do it. But also, it's taking into account like what you would have to get paid to be able to show up next month, which is the socially necessary. Like that's the socially necessary labor time meet in the wage form meets against your actual cost of reproduction, which is to say your means of subsistence, which is to say like having a roof over your head, paying your rent, getting food.
Which is why wages aren't reimbursement for your time. It's actually just purchasing your labor time. It's not actually like I'm worth this much and because I worked this much, I got paid this much. No, you just sold your labor time for this amount of money.
Exactly. What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary or the labor time socially necessary for its production. The individual commodity counts here only as an average sample of its kind. Commodities which contain equal quantities of labor, or which can be produced in the same time, have therefore the same value. The value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity, as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is related to the labor time necessary for the production of the other. As exchange values, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labor time. Now that is a quote from himself. He's quoting himself. What the hell? It doesn't say where though. So that's weird. What is that supposed to mean? It says, the footnote says Karl Marx op. Cit. P6, whatever. All right. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if the labor time required for its production also remained constant, but the latter changes with every variation in the productivity of labor. This is determined by a wide range of circumstances. It is determined, amongst other things, by the workers average degree of skill, the level of development of science and its technological application, the social organization of the process of production, the extent and effectiveness of the means of production, and the conditions found in the natural environment. Okay, I'm going to want that for sure. That's getting at what I was just saying about, like, yeah, well, what if it takes me twice as long to get the job done? Using his example here, it's not just the skills or like the strength of these workers. It's also the development of science, meaning like I might have a shovel and the reason it's taking me so much longer to dig the ditch is because Nance has a backhoe. Like he's got actual powered machinery. And then the social organization of the process of production also speaks to, like, are there people cooperatively working together to get the task done? And then is the strategy that they're using more effective or less effective than others? Like, say what you want about Amazon, but it has one of the most brilliant, like really just like, it is the highest tech streamlining of essential processes to refine distribution itself, right? So that's the social organization, but it's also the level of science and technology. And that really, like, the point is that the science and technology and the social organization itself has been refined to such a degree that the degree of skill is null. Like, they've reduced the degree of skill to the lowest common denominator possible. When they interview you at Amazon, they basically just say, okay, so you'll be starting on this day. That's it. They say, okay, and here's a couple rules. It's not a real interview. They're not like wondering if they're going to hire you. If you show up for the interview, you're in as long as you pass the drug test, which is why they don't start talking until they say, okay, go do the drug test. And once you get back, they're like, okay, so you'll start on this day. That's the interview process. And it's because they don't care about your skill, your level of skill, because the machines are so fucking good and they're so streamlined. It's idiot proof. For example, the same quantity of labor is present in 8 bushels of corn in favorable seasons and in only 4 bushels in unfavorable seasons. The same quantity of labor provides more metal in rich mines than in poor, right? Diamonds are a very rare occurrence on the Earth's surface, and hence their discovery costs, on average, a great deal of labor time. Consequently, much labor is represented in a small volume. Jacob questions whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Eschwege, the total produce of the Brazilian diamond mines for the 80 years ending in 1823 still did not amount to the price of 1.5 years' average produce of the sugar and coffee plantations of the same country, although the diamonds represented much more labor, therefore more value. With richer mines, the same quantity of labor would be embodied in more diamonds, and their value would fall. If man succeeded, without much labor, in transforming carbon into diamonds, their value might fall below that of bricks. In general, the greater the productivity of value, the less the labor time required to produce an article, the less the mass of labor crystallized in that article, and the less its value. Inversely, the less the productivity of value, the greater the labor time necessary. The less the productivity of labor, the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, and the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity and inversely as the productivity of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. Okay, we'll have to say something about this. Now we know the substance of value. It is labor. We know the measure of its magnitude. It is labor time. The form which stamps value as exchange value remains to be analyzed. But before this, we need to develop the characteristics we have already found somewhat more fully. So he's basically saying, in these pages leading up to this point, we've already covered a shit ton of ground. He's already shown that the substance of value is labor, that the measure of it is the measure of its magnitude is labor time, and then the form is exchange value, right? But then we'll have to move. Now he's saying now we're going to have a lot of work to move into that value as exchange value. That's going to require a lot more work. But first, for the next probably couple of chapters, we're going to have to really kind of tarry with and dive a little deeper into the idea of the substance of value being labor, the measure of its magnitude being labor time. What were you going to say there, Nance?
Yeah, I was the expression as exchange. Like, yeah, I was just going to say what you wound up saying.
Oh, cool. So okay, in this last paragraph, what is he trying to say? And did I get it or not? So he's talking about, like, you've got different kinds of seasons and different kinds of conditions, whether that be the seasons of the year that might be good or bad for farming certain kinds of things, or whether there's a lot of gold or diamonds in a mine. The point is outside of those conditions, there is the labor time that goes into the production. But what else is he saying here?
The less the mass of labor crystallized in that article, and the less its value. In general, the greater the productivity of labor. Okay, so here productivity. The greater the productivity, the less labor time required to produce, and the less mass of labor crystallized in that article. The less the productivity, the greater the labor time, and the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity, and inversely the productivity of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. Okay, so here, inversely, the less the productivity of labor, the greater the labor time necessary to produce, and the greater its value. Mm-hmm. So
the quantity and the productivity and the word inverse, which is to say, like, the value of the commodity is going to go up if it requires a shit ton of labor time. But the value will go down if that labor time is super productive. And so the length of time versus the productivity of time is a distinction that this quote is getting at. So I think that that's a note we should make. So because he's already setting the stage for something he's going to get to in later chapters, if not even in these chapters, which is to say, like, the length of the working day versus the actual intensity of the labor being done in that time. And not just intensity, but like productive intensity, right? Which is on the one side partially a technological thing. On the other side, it actually comes down to the habits, the social organization, you know. But is that the difference between constant and variable?
Oh.
No, it's not.
No,
because that's cap. I always get this mixed up. So there's constant versus variable.
Fixed and circulating.
Capital. Yeah, that's not what I'm going for though. What am I going for here? It's absolute versus relative. That's what we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
Absolute versus relative. What? What's the word I'm looking for here? We'll get to it. It doesn't really matter, but like it's absolute versus relative. Is the word value? Like we're talking about the value of the labor time. One being length of day, one being intensity.
Intensity.
Productivity.
It's is it value? Yeah, I think it is value.
I think so. I think absolute versus relative value is what we're talking about. Okay. 1 second here. Okay, we just double checked. We were getting tripped up because it's not absolute versus relative value. It's absolute versus relative surplus value. And that is to say, there's you have to work a certain amount in order to make enough products to be able to actually pay for the costs of the production and the process itself. Okay, but then in order to make a profit, you're going to have to work more than just the minimum necessary, which is working more than the minimum necessary in terms of the actual labor time that day would be absolute surplus value, and working a lot more intensely, being a lot more productive would be relative surplus value. And so anyway, but he's just kind of laid out the seed for that here, which is, I mean, the point is like he's not making this up as he goes. He's not one of the amazing things about this work is that it comes out of like it's one giant book because it's one big idea being fleshed out over time. And so like there's little things like this here that are prefiguring something that he doesn't even get into that really until chapter 16. And it's already here on like, what is it, the 3rd, 4th, 5th page. So
yeah, we're barely into chapter 1 and he's already foreshadowing.
Yeah. A thing can be a use value without being a value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not mediated through labor. Air, virgin soil, natural meadows, unplanted forests, etc. fall into this category. A thing can be useful and a product of human labor without being a commodity. He who satisfies his own need with the product of his own labor admittedly creates values, but not commodities. I think that like, okay, so just a note on note taking. I think that probably one of the most useful things to focus in on is whenever, like, if he makes a definition, like on the previous page, 2 pages ago when he said socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. And in that case, I would say that's a definition note. So like I would full caps, definition, colon, socially necessary labor time, colon, drop the quote, right? Like, cause that's a definition note. Those are really fucking useful to have ready to hand for later things. And we can always go back to them and add to how he problematizes it later, you know, as we get into things like that, because definitions are often like provisional, especially at this stage of Capital. It's all provisional. And so a lot of these things kind of get transformed as he goes on. But there's another kind of note that I want to be focusing on, and that is like, I don't know, like maybe we'd call it like distinctions. But like there are very important conceptual distinctions or theoretical distinctions. So the distinction between, so like I'm not sure how to say this, but like, I think we need like a bullet point that says, useful things that aren't commodities and man-made things that aren't commodities, right? Like those are two separate things, and that's really important, that they're not commodities. He who satisfies his own need with the product of his own labor admittedly creates use values, but not commodities. Yeah, like my dad spends a lot of time making things. He's very innovative. He's made plenty of inventions himself that in some world, like maybe could have gone to market or whatever, but he makes them for his own purposes, just to make his own labor around the property more productive, and to short circuit certain processes and to save time. He's not making commodities when he does that. That's why industry and being industrious and being efficient and being effective is not the same thing as making surplus value. It's not the same thing as making a commodity. It's not the same thing as capital. And this is important because there are people who go all the way back to humans making hatchets and say that's capital because they put their labor into that, and now it's dead labor. It's objectified. No, it's not dead, but it's objectified labor, and it makes what they do more efficient and effective. Therefore, that was proto capital all the way back then when people were making hatchets. And the point is like that's not the case, right? Because those were not being made as commodities. To be made as a commodity means to be made as fungible as possible. And that fungibility is itself done because it's trying to maximize its value. Not the value to the user, but the value to the seller. In order to produce the latter, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values. And not merely for others, the medieval peasant produced a corn rent for the feudal lord and a corn tithe for the priest, but neither the corn rent nor the corn tithe became commodities simply by being produced for others. In order to become a commodity, the product must be transferred to the other person, for whom it serves as a use value through the medium of exchange. Exchange is a medium. Finally, nothing can be of value without being an object of utility. If a thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. Wait. Finally, nothing can be of value without being an object of utility. If a thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. The labor does not count as labor and therefore creates no value.
So on that.
Yeah, what the fuck? There's like useless things that sell all the time. What is he talking about?
So useless things that sell all the time, they still satisfy. There's still use value tied up in them. I buy the Taylor Swift bobbleheads because for whatever reason, I feel like I need to buy the Taylor Swift bobblehead. And so that is the use that product is being put to. It's satisfying that need. Now, there are some things, I think, that my photography, like if I take a bunch of photos and I sell them to Getty Images, which I have done in the past, and I get 3 cents every time someone uses that image, right? That's a use value in the image. the overwhelming majority of photographs I've ever taken don't get sold. So I'm still out doing the process, taking the photo, creating the final product or whatever, but it's not being used by anybody, and so it's not a commodity. Now I can even gift them to someone, like, here, hang this up in your house, which a couple of these back here. I'm gonna give that one to Holly and Elton, because that's from that bridge that we were at that one day. So like, giving it to someone as a gift, I'm not selling it to them, so it still isn't a commodity because I'm not selling it, I'm gifting it to someone. I don't know, I'm trying to think of other things that aren't commodities, and I think the internet has problematized this because all the mindless nonsense content that's out on the internet, it is being consumed, and it does have utility. So you could think, oh, I'm endlessly scrolling through all this useless bullshit, 12-second videos about song lyrics.
Right.
That's fucking utterly useless, right? But it is satisfying the needs of the algorithm and the needs of the system itself, and so there's still utility. It's still doing
and it's
work.
Well, and it's you. But I mean, I think yes, but it's all on the. He did say at the very beginning, it doesn't matter if it's meeting the need of your stomach or your imagination, and so outside of like the need of the system, there's your need for disposing of garbage time and scrolling. Like, right? Like that's a need too. And
exactly.
So it is serving that need.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think thanks to the internet, we have so much useless garbage that actually isn't useless. It's actually doing something. It's satisfying something. But like something that I produce, like if I'm going to go out and take a photograph, it is useless to someone. So the time that I spent producing that photograph from this perspective has no value. But from my perspective, no, it has value, because in that photograph, it contains whatever narrative I was trying to tell, or it brings back fond memories, or blah, 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 this and that. Another example could be, I don't know, your dad comes up with some very useful to him, but only specifically him mechanism that he's using. Say he rigs up some pulley system on his ladder that holds up the metal siding that he's trying to hammer up there. But the way he has it set up, he's the only one who can figure it out, and it works perfectly for what he's trying to do, but it just does not work for anyone else. So from the perspective of Kapital, that thing is useless because other people can't find out how to use it. But from his perspective, it's not useless. He just created a better tool, so from which he could go on and be productive.
That's a perfect example for the middle of the paragraph where he says, in order to produce the latter, he must, which is to say a commodity. In order to produce commodity, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, right? Fair enough. But we're talking now about the final sentence, which is actually, we both got off track for a second by going back to the middle of the paragraph. He's at the end, he's saying, finally, nothing can be of value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. If it had, I mean, I guess he could be restating what he had just said in the middle of the paragraph. But I mean, I think of more like example, because I think what he's trying to attack is like this naive labor theory of value idea that says, well, look at Trevor just spent 14 hours building a sandcastle. Like, yeah, but no one gives a shit. It's a literal, it's a garbage fucking, it's like, I know a person who puts so much time and energy into like a YouTube channel, but it's all useless. it's useless to everybody. Like nobody gets any use from it. And the person like makes like long posts about how people don't help him enough and people should be paying him and all this stuff. And he's always complaining. And it's like, your content's not useful. It's not enjoyable. It's so like there's not the aesthetic like value, but it's also just not useful. So it's like what is it? It's just in your head it has value, but it's only in your head, and so it's not useful to other people. And so
yeah, I think
I guess that's the same point that you were making. I just
no, I think it's highlighting how this works. Like I don't think Marx is like, I don't know, imagining a sandcastle that someone built over 14 hours. Although that does kind of illustrate the point that he's making here. I think more it just kind of like describes the way that commodities work out in the market. Like they are used and they satisfy either physical needs or imaginary needs. And like I do think that the internet and like content and algorithms
pose a problem for this.
It not even becomes a problem for it. Like it just highlights that like we're selling our garbage. Like our garbage has become commoditized. And I don't think it's a problem at all. I think it falls very much in line with what Marx is doing. Because it, like, in a sense, it's always been garbage. Like from day one, like the commodity form transforms every commodity into garbage itself. And just with algorithms and with content, and we can finally see what these commodities have been all along. They've always been garbage. And not to say like they're necessarily garbage, but the form itself is what is garbage.
So, because that gets us to your garbage theory of value, we need, which we've not really talked a lot about, but I think we've hinted at it already in this series. Maybe make a note if you can find exactly how that would tie in. Like it definitely would probably, so when you write some essay or chapter of a book about the garbage theory of value, which we only took to calling it that today, just now, but I think that's base as hell. So I'm doing the Timenergy theory of value, you're doing the garbage theory of value. But like, it is like the notes like this are going to be useful for that. Yeah. But, we'll move on. Section 2, the dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. Initially, the commodity appeared to us as an object with a dual character, possessing both use value and exchange value. Later on, it was seen that labor too has a dual character, insofar as it finds its expression in value. It no longer possesses the same characteristics as when it is the creator of use values. I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. He cites himself. As this point is crucial to an understanding of political economy, it requires further elucidation. So this is why, people will, it is popular to kind of just like, we've already said it multiple times, that what he's doing is he's illustrating a sort of summary of political economy here in these first chapters of Capital. And he's not a political economist. He's doing a critique of political economy. Okay, but this is the critical maneuver. He's doing a summary and inserting a crucial theoretical distinction that everyone in the field up to him had not thought about, that actually will allow him to think through this imminent critique, to do a critique inside out. So he does that by introducing this distinction. So I would just make a note for page 132. Oh, you're making a note right there. Hold on one sec. I'm going to make the note myself. All right, got that note down about the imminent critique of political economy. Comes down to this distinction he introduces on page 132. By the way, we're working out of the Penguin edition for these. Everything else here is just summary of Ricardo, Smith, and Mill, but his introduction of the dual character itself is crucial for how he is going to unfold his critique from the inside out. Yeah. At this point, it is crucial to understand, to an understanding of political economy, it requires further elucidation. Now, people say that he's, like, I've seen, I think in like 3 different places, people saying, like, they always comment on how he says that he's the first to do this, and like this, like it's pompous or like boastful or something. And it's like, he's an underground theorist. He is not in an institution. The thing that we're forced to do is the very same thing that rappers are forced to do. We have to say what we're doing when it's original is original, because we don't have a whole institution behind us to like wave flags and blow trumpets. They're not. We have to do it ourselves, and otherwise everyone's going to ignore us. And the fact is everyone is already ignoring us. And so, if we're doing something original and it is actually important, then we actually have to say it. And if that comes across boastful for some super humble person who makes $200,000 a year and has the word prestigious assigned to them by some university, then they can suck our fucking dicks, I guess. Let us take 2 commodities, such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the value of the first be twice the value of the second, so that if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. Why did he choose W? W has nothing to do with any of the words we're using. So wait, what does the W stand in for? Just linen?
Yeah, that's just that's the abstract value is W.
Okay, it's like algebra. It doesn't matter what letter he picks.
Yep.
Okay.
I think he chooses it based on one of the words
in German.
Yeah, one of the German words that he is using to describe value. Let's see if I can fucking find it.
Wait, you got the German one right in front of you?
Warenwerte, I think.
What do you have in front of you that just made it so you saw that?
It's on page 128. As crystals of the social substance, which is common to them all, they are values, commodity values, Warenwerte. I think that's why he uses W here, but it doesn't.
Dude, good looking out. Yeah, no, that's excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I hope so. That's sick. Okay, cool. All right.
But it's very algebraic. It's very like,
yeah, so
this is just a, yeah.
So yeah, we're just taking some amount and we're just going to say 10 yards of linen. I'm imagining that back then, 10 yards of linen was probably like a standard amount. You could also say 1 carton of eggs. Okay? And then you just make
or 1 cord of firewood.
1 cord of firewood. Or, 1 kilo of cocaine. Okay, so 1 kilo of cocaine is a W. And and the coat is worth 2 kilos of
2 kilos.
yeah. The coat is a use value that satisfies a particular need. A specific kind of productive activity is required to bring it into existence. This activity is determined by its aim, mode of operation, object, means, and result. We use the abbreviated expression useful labor for labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its product or by the fact that its product is a use value. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. As the coat and the linen are qualitatively different use values, so also are the forms of labor through which their existence is mediated: tailoring and weaving. If the use values were not qualitatively different, hence not the products of qualitatively different forms of useful labor, they would be absolutely incapable of confronting each other as commodities. Coats cannot be exchanged for coats. One use value cannot be exchanged for another of the same kind. Yeah, it's really hard for me to think like how to take these paragraphs and turn them into useful notes.
I think here it's just, again, drawing the distinction between use value and exchange value.
I would add, difference, like the word difference. Difference is essential because people don't trade exact same things. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, people only trade something they have for something that they don't have, you know?
Yeah. So, the abstraction, abstraction flattens objects into commodities. That's what I'm saying.
But it's into commodities. But it's the abstraction of the labor time. Yeah? Is it the abstraction of the labor time itself? Or the use value? It's the perceived use value.
The abstraction of... No. The abstraction of exchange value. That is what is...
Okay. Yeah.
The abstraction of exchange value flattens objects into, I'm going to put fungible commodities. The abstraction of exchange value.
Now, but he's doing this thing where it's like he's talking about utility and use value in this paragraph. So he's still trying to speak to like this kind of common sense level. He's not in this paragraph talking about he's not talking about how exchange value flattens these things yet, is he? Because he's saying if the use values were not qualitatively different. So he's talking about the qualitative difference of use values being a necessary factor here. Like, so exchange comes into it and flattens things, but at this point of the analysis, what he's talking about is that it is a difference in use values that makes it so that there's a demand for the exchange in the first place.
Whose utility is represented by the use value of its product, or by the fact that its product is a use value. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. Okay, so
it's like he's abstracting out the role of exchange value in this moment.
Yeah. Use value and useful labor. Useful labor is a shorthand for this objectified labor that's creating useful use values. Jesus.
Yeah. No, those are all important stipulations. The totality of heterogeneous use values or physical commodities reflects a totality of similarly heterogeneous forms of useful labor, which differ in order, genus, species, and variety. In short, a social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for commodity production, although the converse does not hold. Commodity production is not a necessary condition for the social division of labor. Right, because there's a social division of labor in societies that do not make commodities. Labor is socially divided in the primitive Indian community, although the products do not therefore become commodities. Or, to take an example nearer home, labor is systematically divided in every factory, but the workers do not bring about this division by exchanging their individual products. Only the products of mutually independent acts of labor, performed in isolation, can confront each other as commodities. All right, now the summary paragraph. To sum up, then, the use value of every commodity contains useful labor, as in productive activity of a definite kind, carried on with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities unless the useful labor contained in them is qualitatively different in each case. In a society whose products generally assume the form of commodities, as in a society of commodity producers, this qualitative difference between the useful forms of labor, which are carried on independently and privately by individual producers, develops into a complex system, a social division of labor. Okay, so some kind of specific form of division of labor in the society, a complex system, some specific kind of complex system of a division of labor is going to develop in a society that produces commodities. However, a society can have a complex system of divided up labor between people, classes, whatever, and not be producing commodities. So I think that's the point.
Yeah. In a society whose products generally assume the form of commodities. Yeah.
Do we have a note on this?
So our division of labor, commodity production, is not a necessary condition for the social division of labor. Labor is socially divided in the primitive Indian community, although the products do not thereby become commodities. Okay, so yeah, he's saying, yeah, you got it. Division of labor isn't a necessary ingredient, but it is something that emerges from the commodity form. Or not. It's going to happen regardless. This division of labor. Just because you have a social division of labor doesn't mean you're producing commodities.
And he has to say this because he thinks, we know that there is a naive leftism that has a problem with the division of labor itself. And I don't. I have no problem with the division of labor. People who read Timenergy in a really quick way, really, most people just don't read it, and then they proceed to assume that because I don't like the PMC as it currently exists, they'll assume, Dave just doesn't like that there's a division of labor, and it's not true. And I think Marx is probably in a similar situation in that regard. He doesn't have a problem with the division of labor. He has a problem with the division of labor that is unique to commodity production.
Yeah, there's always going to be a division of labor. There's always going to be a social division of labor. The meme, we live in a society, people who can't even really get that meme.
I wrote, Marx's issue is not with the division of labor itself, but the form it takes in a society centered around commodity production. Okay.
There we go.
Except that belongs on the following page. If you would take it over. And yeah, so that's on 133. Yep. It is, moreover, a matter of indifference whether the coat is worn by the tailor or by his customer. In both cases, it acts as a use value. So, too, the relation between the coat and the labor that produced it is not in itself altered when tailoring becomes a special trade, an independent branch of the social division of labor. Men made clothes for thousands of years. under the compulsion of the need for clothing, without a single man ever becoming a tailor. But the existence of coats, of linen, of every element of material wealth not provided in advance by nature, had always to be mediated through a specific productive activity appropriate to its purpose, a productive activity that assimilated particular natural materials to particular human requirements. Labor, then, as the creator of use values, as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. And this is probably my biggest problem with Marx. Not his labor realism, because at a certain level I am some kind of a labor realist, but just because I think maybe he didn't really see the direction it would head. This really lays the basis for Trotsky and just guys like him to basically be like, yeah, if a worker won't put himself, like, you know, if a worker won't be a good cog for us, then he's a class traitor. At a certain level, it's true. Like, when it comes down to it and survival is on the line and you got to do war communism, whether you're in England or in Russia, yeah, you need people to, you know, roll up their sleeves and get to work. But this line here, yeah, if you can just give it its own distinct bullet point, that would be great. Because this line here is how Marx transhistoricizes labor. It's really this whole paragraph, but we'll just use this quote. Because, yeah, labor creates use values. Totally. Absolutely. And as useful labor is a condition of human existence, which is independent of all forms of society. So he's just saying labor is required in all societies. Yes. It is an eternal, natural necessity. So he's also naturalizing it, which mediates
he's ontologizing it.
Yeah. Which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. He understands labor to be, and I think we'll probably find some quote along these lines, kind of all the way down, right? Like, your stomach is laboring and you're not even aware of it.
Which is, it, like, yeah, he's definitely, like, I just started reading his thesis on Epicurus.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which is fucking, yeah. So he is definitely doing this thing where he's like, okay, well, matter in motion. I'm going to conflate matter in motion, folds, flows, all this stuff with human labor power, with labor. Which by calling it a metabolism, like, I like that, but to do this thing and say that, oh, well, since my desk that's just sitting here, it's made up of, I don't know, millions, if not billions, I'm sure, of atoms. And those atoms themselves are doing work because they're constantly in a state of flux. They're constantly, there's flows, there's folds, there's the fall, there's the swerve. Yes, this is true. Like, in a sense, physically, my desk that's sitting here, and to me, it looks like it's sitting still. It's not sitting still. It's made up of all these atoms and subatomic particles that are constantly doing work. And everything else in the entire universe is always constantly doing work. But then to talk about, like, labor as the same type of thing that matter itself is doing. It's different. It's different categories, man. Like you can't, I don't know, just to like ontologize it like that and to say like, yeah, you can say all use value comes from labor. Sure, if you're saying that use value is this social thing. But like that erases the value of sitting on your ass on a Sunday afternoon. Because there's value in that too, from my perspective.
And it's a value outside of recharging to get back to work. That's the key, that's the crucial piece here. Yeah, this is where the distinction between time, energy, and labor becomes useful, right? Like,
yes.
And really labor power, because he will bring labor power back into it. Labor might be the creator of use values, but labor power is its precondition. And the precondition to labor power is time, energy. And the point is that Marx is going to kind of just transhistoricize and naturalize and ontologize labor and labor power, because he doesn't have like this idea of something that exists outside of the brain of political economists. And ultimately that's because he takes on the brain of a political economist to think itself inside out, which is what he's doing, and he's very effective at that. But not having this time energy concept front and center. And it's not just a concept, it's a phenomenon. It's a precondition for everything that we value outside of the market, which is all the externalities, including just laying around, being, but also being an achievement junkie that does shit that has no monetary value. That itself, like those kinds of things are, they don't really fit into this picture. But anyway, we'll just kind of keep an eye on that thread as we go. Yeah, this is where time energy comes in. Yeah, could you add a sentence saying that it's because, yeah, labor power is the precondition for labor, but time energy is the precondition for labor power. Yeah. Use values like coats, linen, etc. In short, the physical bodies of commodities are combinations of two elements, the material provided by nature and labor. If we abstract the total amount of useful labor of different kinds, which is contained in the coat, the linen, etc., a material substratum is always left. This substratum is furnished by nature without human intervention. When man engages in production, he can only proceed as nature does herself. That is, he can only change the form of the materials. Furthermore, even in this work of modification, he is constantly helped by natural forces. Labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth, as in of the use values it produces. As William Petty says, labor is the father of material wealth. The earth is its mother. William Petty, I don't know who that is. There's so many random names that Marx likes to bring in that aren't Ricardo, Smith, and Mill. And sometimes they're like these smaller economists. Other times they're just like people who write in the newspaper. But like Marx is actively engaging with other people, and sometimes they, I'm just guessing, are actually randos. But other times, I mean, William Petty could have been a fucking hotshot in England at the time, for all we know. He could be like a big deal, and he just didn't really stick around. But yeah, William Petty says that labor is the father of material wealth. The earth is its mother. Now, there's also a distinction between material wealth and capital, and I'm not sure if Marx is going to establish that himself, or if that's established later by someone who's trying to clarify the confusion that gets created by conflating material wealth and capital. But like an example of material wealth that's not capital would be like something that's non-fungible but super useful. Yeah. Like you were talking about, like my dad makes something that's really useful to him, but it's just not going to be for other people.
I think art outside of the art racket is a good example of it as well. But
Right.
people have managed to turn the fine arts world into nothing but like dudes duct tape bananas on the wall, and that's like $1 million thing. Like, no, that's stupid. But there is also something like to go look at a Rothbard to go look at a Rothko or a Mondrian or a Picasso, like to actually see, like how you said when you were able to go look at art, like it's real. Like real art is a real thing, but then people are just like, yeah, we'll just duct tape bananas to boards and we'll call that art and sell it for billions of dollars.
No, it's outside of the racket itself, which is also one thing. There is the actual hatred or fear of falling. The hatred of the lower classes, and the desire to be unintelligible to lower class people. And that's where you get bananas being duct taped to things. On the one side, they're gaming the racket, and that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to game the racket. Yeah, but it's a lot cooler to trigger the peasants who then are like resentful because this doesn't make any sense, and they know good art when they see it. That's the thing. Real art is something that people can anybody should be able to recognize good art. There might be like someone who's got some kind of disability that hinders their ability to process good art. But like anybody who like comes across like a genuine piece of art is going to be like, fuck, dude. Like they'll have opinions about it. They might like it. They might not like it, but it's art.
It's undeniable.
Yeah. And whereas there's a lot of this modern art that is really a sort of class warfare done by, kids from these private art schools or whatever. Like just they get off on it. Their jouissance actually is showing you that like, oh no, art can be whatever we want it to be. And of course everyone knows that's not true. And then the way that the Costco going petty bourgeois to working class family gets back at them is by buying Thomas Kincaid. It's the dialectic of class resentment. There you go.
Hell yeah.
So, I'm going to let you take it for a minute. I'm going to run downstairs, got to get some water. But I'm going to be thinking about what notes I need to make on this as you go.
All right. Let us now pass from the commodity as an object of utility to the value of commodities. We have assumed that the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but it is merely a quantitative difference and does not concern us at the moment. We shall therefore simply bear in mind that if the value of a coat is twice that of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen will have the same value as a coat. As values, the coat and the linen have the same substance. They are the objective expressions of homogeneous labor. But tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different forms of labor. There are, however, states of society in which the same man alternately makes clothes and weaves. In this case, these two different modes of labor are only modifications of the labor of the same individual, and not yet fixed functions peculiar to different individuals, just as the coat our tailor makes today and the pair of trousers he makes tomorrow require him only to vary his own individual labor. Moreover, we can see at a glance that in our capitalist society, a given portion of labor is supplied alternately in the form of tailoring and in the form of weaving, in accordance with the changes in the direction of the demand for labor. This change in the form of labor may well not take place without friction, but it must take place. If we leave aside the determinate quality of productive activity and therefore the useful character of the labor, what remains is quality of what? If we leave aside the determinate quality of productive activity and therefore the useful character of the labor, what remains is its quality of being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activities, are both a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc., and in this sense, both human labor. They are merely two different forms of the expenditure of human labor power. Of course, human labor power must itself have attained a certain level of development before it can be expended in this or that form. But the value of a commodity represents human labor pure and simple, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in civil society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but man as such plays a very mean part, so here too the same is true of human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, i.e., of the labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man, on the average, without being developed in any special way. Simple average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different cultural epochs, but in a particular society, it is given.
What do you think?
I didn't want to move on too far from 134. Up here when he's talking about the change in mode between tailoring and weaving. Yeah, I don't know. Just again, it's the fungibility. Like, it doesn't really matter. What you're doing, as long as you're doing
say that?
Useful and productive labor.
Yeah, didn't he already say this? He's just saying that, like, we can't. Yeah, the things. Blacksmiths don't trade with blacksmiths the products of their labor. Like, this is just that, right?
Yeah. He's just kind of reiterating. And then here on 135.
Yeah, qualitatively, he does use that word. Different forms of labor are the precondition for exchange.
Right.
There would be no exchange without this difference in quality. Of course, that's setting him up to say that what takes over quality is going to be quantity.
Mm-hmm. And then here, simple average labor. This is when he's on the next page, 135. Simple average labor always varies from time to time, from region to region, but it is always like an abstraction from the average. So here too, the same is true of human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, i.e. of the labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man on the average, without being developed in any special way. Simple average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different cultural epochs, but in a particular society, it is given. More complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied, simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the outcome of the most complicated labor, but through its value, it is posited as equal to the product of simple labor. Hence, it represents only a specific quantity of simple labor. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers. These proportions, therefore, appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. In the interests of simplification, we shall henceforth view every form of labor power directly as simple labor power. By this, we shall simply be saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction.
Yeah, that's a really crucial point. I think it was actually one quoted by Heinrich in one of the previous weeks. I saw where you highlighted, so I think you've got basically the quote. Let's add that with maybe like kind of, yeah, let's see. So I would call it fetishization. First mention, right? And so the various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement, this idea of socially necessary labor time, they're established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers. The producers are thinking about the cost, the price, the supply, the demand. They're not thinking about value in this more abstract sense, nor are they actually thinking about socially necessary labor time. They're just thinking, okay, so like I need 50 workers, and a worker in this day and age needs at minimum X amount of money to even show up to respond to our posting that we need, that there's an opening for a job. Like we put up the sign that says now hiring, and nobody comes when we try to pay them $8 an hour, but people show up when we say $17 an hour. And so then, okay, but how many 17 an hour do we actually have to pay in a week to be able to actually get them to show up and give their lives to us? Like basically I need X amount of people to always be ready to hand, to always be framed in this process of production. All right. That's going to be, $3,000 that I've got to pay these few employees every week on average. Right. They're not thinking about socially necessary labor time as a concept when they do that. But that is what they're doing, is what he's saying. And so this goes on behind the backs of the producers. These proportions therefore appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. It's completely naturalized, is what he's saying. In the interests of simplification, we shall henceforth view every form of labor power directly as simple labor power. By this, we shall simply be saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Isn't he making the reduction? What does he mean, saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction? Oh, he's saying we don't have to make the reduction over and over again if we just henceforth assume simple labor power. Yeah.
Yep.
And he's also saying we have to because everyone else already is as well.
Yeah. From the perspective of capital, this is already always being done. So he's just including it it's implicit. Just as in viewing the coat and the linen as values, we abstract from their different use values. So in the case of the labor represented by those values, do we disregard the difference between its useful forms? Tailoring and weaving. The use values, coat and linen, are combinations of, on the one hand, productive activity with a definite purpose, and on the other, cloth and yarn. The values, coat and linen, however, are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous labor. In the same way, the labor contained in these values does not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth and yarn, but only as being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving are the formative elements in the use values, coat and linen, precisely because these two kinds of labor are of different qualities, but only insofar as abstraction is made from their particular qualities, only insofar as both possess the same quality of being human labor, do tailoring and weaving form the substance of the values of the two articles mentioned. Coats and linen, however, are not merely values in general, but values of definite magnitude. And following our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the 10 yards of linen. Why is there this difference in value? Because the linen contains only half as much labor as the coat, so that labor power had to be expended twice as long to produce the second as to produce the first. While, therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value, it counts only quantitatively, once it has been reduced to human labor pure and simple. In the former case, it was a matter of the how and the what of labor. In the latter, of the how much of the temporal duration of labor. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents nothing but the quantity of labor embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. If the productivity of all the different sorts of useful labor required, let us say, for the production of a coat remains unchanged, the total value of the coats produced will increase along with their quantity. If one coat represents X days labor, two coats will represent 2x days labor, and so on. But now assume that the duration of the labor necessary for the production of a coat is doubled or halved. In the first case, one coat is worth as much as two coats were before. In the second case, two coats are now only worth as much. In the second case, two coats are only worth as much as one was before. Although in both cases, one coat performs the same service, and the useful labor contained in it remains of the same quality. One change has taken place, however, a change in the quantity of labor expended to produce the article.
One change has taken place, however, a change in the quality of labor expended to produce
Quantity.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Quantity of labor. Okay.
So here he's starting to describe valorization. Like he's starting to get into how value comes out of labor time expended. In itself, an increase in the quantity of use values constitutes an increase in material wealth. Two coats will clothe two men, one coat will only clothe one man, etc. Nevertheless, an increase in the amount of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This contradictory movement arises out of the twofold character of labor. By productivity, of course, we always mean the productivity of concrete useful labor. In reality, this determines only the degree of effectiveness of productive activity directed towards a given purpose within a given period of time. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in direct proportion as its productivity rises or falls. As against this, however, variations in productivity have no impact whatever on the labor itself presented in value. As productivity is an attributive of labor in its concrete useful form, it naturally ceases to have any bearing on that labor as soon as we abstract from its concrete useful form. The same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time, always yields the same amount of value, independently of any variations in productivity. But it provides different quantities of use values during equal periods of time. More if productivity rises, fewer if it falls. For this reason, the same change in productivity, which increases the fruitfulness of labor and therefore the amount of use values produced by it, also brings about a reduction in the value of this increased total amount if it cuts down the total amount of labor time necessary to produce the use values. The converse also holds.
So this is like hurting my brain for sure. First of all, because like the reduction to simple labor power is already, it is confusing and counterintuitive, because what we're used to as workers is the idea that like there is unskilled labor, which is like I'm talking idiot proof, and then there is, and I'm not even talking like McDonald's workers. People call that shit unskilled. In reality, the amount of social work that they're doing in there, the emotional labor, is actually real. That is the cost. I want to talk about costs, like the cost on your psychological health, being in a cramped kitchen with a rude manager and, 50 Karens per day, like whatever. It's just like, it is a lot. That's outside of the putting the patty on the grill and putting it in the sandwich and having to multitask by taking orders over a microphone and all these other things. But set aside the fact that you actually have to memorize a whole bunch of recipes. Like I can't memorize things very fast. I was never good at that. And so I started at Slosky's Deli as a sandwich maker, and then they were like, "You suck," and they put me on prep cook. So like which meant that all I was doing was cutting tomatoes and onions and like crying because I'd have to make a 5-gallon bucket of sliced onions. You know what I mean? It's miserable. But yeah, it's because I couldn't memorize the sandwiches fast enough. And if I had understood, because if I had gone to like a regular school and I kind of understood how to prepare myself for this, I would have just done some flashcards at home probably. But at the time, I just had no conception of what was required. And what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, there are, so even within the realm of unskilled work, or what gets called that, there are varying levels of skill. And of course, everyone knows that, that job pays more than this job. And that one requires more effort up front. Oh, there's more learning curves. Sometimes you have to do a lot of study before you get the job. Other times you do the study at the job. And then, of course, we have like this idea of like, oh, but then there's also like professions and there's also managers. And so the PMC, pretty much the gateway to that is through college and, playing the game that they teach you to play there. But so to make this reduction to simple labor power is already counterintuitive, is kind of what I'm saying. I feel like things get more counterintuitive in this paragraph. And so I definitely want to break it down. But yeah, so I don't know if you're able, do you feel up to kind of putting it in your own words, or should we kind of read through it and break it down as we go?
All right, so I'll take a stab at it because definitely feels like it's one of the tools I have used before. Maybe I'm not an expert with it, but it's the same thing that's happening when like your wage isn't like reimbursing you for the time that you're spending laboring. Like it's just purchasing your labor power. It's paying the cost of the socially necessary conditions. It's the same thing as like the same amount of socially necessary cost is going into these commodities, whether or not productivity increases or decreases. So the productivity increase or decrease is going to change the price, but the same cost. Jesus Christ. Like its value again, like the value of your labor time doesn't change. But the price of the result of your labor time has that inverse relationship with your productivity. So,
and are we talking your productivity as an individual or the productivity assumed in the field of the industry? We're just saying socially necessary labor time. What now we're saying socially necessary productivity in that amount of labor time.
Yeah, so that the social average is why like your individual productivity doesn't matter and like won't matter until your individual productivity like becomes the norm. So like if your productivity becomes the norm, then it will become the new social average. But like until it is the new social average,
An increase in the quantity of use values constitutes an increase in material wealth. Okay, that makes sense. 2 coats will clothe 2 men. 1 coat will only clothe 1 man, etc. Nevertheless, an increase in the amount of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the size of its value. This contradictory movement arises out of the twofold character of labor. Yeah, so if you have too much of something, too much supply, way more than the demand, then the price will go down. Okay. He doesn't talk about supply and demand because that's not his. Like he wants to focus on, but that is implicit in that statement. This contradictory movement arises out of the twofold character of labor. By productivity, of course, we always mean. Okay, so could you make a little additional bullet point with the definition? Say definition of productivity, and then just clip this as a quote. By productivity, of course, we always mean the productivity of concrete, useful labor. In reality, this determines only the degree of effectiveness of productive activity directed towards a given purpose within a given period of time. Sure. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in direct proportion as its productivity rises or falls. Right. As against this, however, variations in productivity have no impact whatever on the labor itself, represented in value. So the labor itself represented in value has nothing to do with productivity. Okay. I almost feel like that needs to be a statement as well. Variations in productivity have no impact whatever on the labor itself, presented in value. As productivity is an attribute of labor in its concrete useful form, it naturally ceases to have any bearing on that labor as soon as we abstract from its concrete useful form. The same labor
therefore is an attribute of labor. It's naturally ceases any bearing on that labor as soon as we abstract from its concrete useful form.
And that's what value does. Value does abstract from the concrete useful form.
Yes.
The same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time always yields the same amount of value. independently of any variations in productivity, but it provides different quantities of use values during equal periods of time. More if productivity rises, fewer if it falls. It provides different quantities of use values. So it can provide different quantities of use values, but that doesn't actually change the value. And the reason that it doesn't change the value is because when we're looking at society from like this big scale standpoint, a rise, like if let's just imagine that somebody, Donald Trump, all of a sudden has 50 million coats, and that they are all like Patagonia coats or something like that could basically function as one. Like they're nice, and that they're useful. Okay, that would actually cause a decrease in the value of coats if he's putting them on the market, right? Patagonia would have to lower its prices, right? So like the productivity can create a lot more use values, but at a certain level, the creation of those use values can lower I want to say the price, but
the price and the exchange value.
Yeah.
Because again, like this, like your labor, your concrete useful labor maintains its qualities. So the same quality is in your concrete useful labor, regardless of your productivity. But then because exchange value, because again, it's socially constructed and determined, the exchange value is going to go down because you are producing more of the same use value. And those are not tied to the quality of your labor power or your labor time. So it is counterintuitive until you really internalize that, like it's not about use value. It is about the conversion, the metabolic process, whatever, transformative process, whatever.
For this reason, the same change in productivity, which increases the fruitfulness of labor and therefore the amount of use values produced by it, also brings about a reduction in the value of this increased total amount if it cuts down the total amount of labor time necessary to produce the use values. The converse also holds. So then we could start a new bullet point there that says that the rises in productivity when it shortens the labor time necessary creates a reduction in value, which is to say it makes for cheap commodities. And that's going to be always where the Austrian economists say, we agree. And that's good. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that's good. Don't you? You want cheap commodities, don't you? This is how you get them.
No, I just don't want commodities.
I just want use values. I don't want commodity. I don't want cheap commodities. I want quality use.
Affordable. Yeah, exactly.
I want quality useful things. So I can do my stuff. They're like, but don't you want them cheap? No, not if it means I have to work full time all the rest of my life. Like, what do you?
Right.
Why is this hard for you to understand? Yeah. So I almost feel like when part of the note taking process should be that when, like basically Sunday mornings when these go, I don't think you probably should wake up at 4 a.m. But when you're double speeding to catch up, and I'll be working, and eventually I'll quit Amazon as long as all's going well at Theory Underground and people become subscribers. Then we'll go over these notes while listening on the premieres when these come back out. And then especially these points when we stop and talk a lot, if we're on that page and there's not a lot of notes on that page, then it's going to be our job to go, okay, what did we talk about? Now, what from what we talked about needs to be on this page? And then we can always pause and add it and stuff like that. And so I think a lot of our notes can also be notes to our future selves about what we want to tell our future selves to write there. And so one of the good things about it, this being like there's two of us present, is like I usually don't understand my notes to myself from the past, like because at the moment I was just like, oh yeah, you'll know what I mean, future self. And then looking back at it, I'm like, I don't fucking know what you meant there. But because there's two of us, it's going to make it easier, I hope, to be like, okay, we need to elaborate on this thing and to say it in a way that will make sense to either of us.
Yeah.
Okay. On the one hand, oh, you were reading, but I'll just go. On the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense. And it is in this quality of being equal or abstract human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete, useful labor that it produces use values. What's that quote good for?
Dual qualities of labor.
Right. And so then, so dual qualities of labor, I'm going to go ahead and make an indented underneath that, and then I'm going to make it numbered, and then I'm going to make two of them. So first, second. And then in our own words here, what is the dual quality of labor?
The social average, the abstract, simple, like most basic proletarian, is the first, and the second is particular, definite, directed, quality, concrete, useful labor. So particular, definite, concrete, useful labor is the second. Yeah. And that is just to say that, like, that's the fact that it's this abstract social average, this simple, that is what allows this inverse or converse relationship between labor time and exchange value. That's where it comes unhinged. The fact that everything is flattened out and universalized to the lowest common denominator. Actually, I want to write that in the notes. I want to write universalized.
I was gonna say that's
universalized.
Write that shit.
Yeah. Oh, what did I just do?
No, that's good. What you want? No, here. Yeah, there you go. That's I'll make it black. There you go. Yeah, and I say we will make it black because people can't see it right now. Actually, I'll go ahead and show everybody. But part of what we're doing means that the quotes that we include are red text. You know, we're taking a note out of scripture here. You know, as in, you know, there are Bibles where the red text, that's the actual words that Jesus is being said. Jesus is being said to have said. And then I think Mikey, because of his Baptist background, does the same thing with his exegeses. He'll copy and paste every paragraph from a book in red text into a document, and then he'll sit there in the black text and like write out what he's making sense of. And one of the cool things is we can like refine our notes as we go back over these as they're re-released, but then we also get to come back to them on our own and refine passages, you know, like,
Yep.
so
So
yeah, universalize to the lowest common denominator.
actually,
So maybe you could actually take that and put that on the first one.
yeah,
Right.
I'm gonna. Put it in brackets.
So I think that the dual form here I don't know. I guess I've got thoughts about this. I'm not exactly sure how to articulate them, but it's like, is he saying what is he saying something like the latter form is good, the first form is like not? Like, what is he setting up to say something along those lines?
No, he's not doing a good and bad. He's doing
Well, I know he's
this
not trying
first-
to. I know
Yeah.
he's never trying to. Yeah, but he would.
I
He
think
does. He does like quality, and he doesn't like quantity. That is.
well, and that's it there. The first is it's quantity. The first form is quantity. Or the first form is quantity. The second form is quality. And so yes, there is that distinction. And I think it's easy to kind of extrapolate from their good and bad. I mean, fuck it.
Right.
I'll do it. Like that.
Yeah, we
That's a
can
hill
do
that
it.
I will die on, because that is what changes it from this particular human quality of life to the inhuman garbage dump. Like, fuck it. I'll take it up. But
But he's not. Yeah.
he's
he
not
doesn't.
right.
He doesn't make that extra step. But he is the critic of the value form.
Yes.
And that is what gets lost in reading chapter 1 here. Like, it's really the first several chapters where he's doing this summary. What gets lost is that he is critiquing the value form because of this leveling effect. He is not saying that if you just have the dictatorship of the proletariat, make it so that it's not free exchange, but is instead like, you know, top down planned exchange, or at least distribution. Fuck exchange, just distribution. That actually gets rid of the value form. It doesn't actually get rid of the value form if human labor power, our finite time on this planet, and our actual lives are reduced to this first form, the social simple labor power.
Trotsky missed that day in Marxist class. But also, because he's doing this thing, like he's maybe setting up a dichotomy, maybe, I don't know, that's kind of strong language, but there's definitely this first form and then the second form where it's the quality. He still is kind of totalizing and saying like, no, it is all labor and labor is good. We just need to harness our labor for the sake of ourselves. And Timenergy comes in before that and says, no. Like, I still accept that there's this distinction, these different forms of labor. Sure, because I'm a labor realist. Because I know that even if I want to live in a tree house and, you know, and all these things, that takes labor, blah, 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 blah. But there's something prior to labor. And this is where Timenergy is going to come in. But that's totally taking a tangent. But I just, even here in chapter 1 of Capital, like there already is, I don't want to say problems, issues, qualms. I don't want to say any of that, but it's like, no, we're going we're going somewhere. Like there's a directionality here. And that's evident from the very beginning. I think on page 128 is when Timenergy first appeared. So, and not that it's in the book, but the fact that that's where the opening was in which it fits into. Like,
I'd be like, fuck, dude, he coined Timenergy.
And he did it. Energy? What the fuck?
He did it right here.
But no, just, I don't know, in case anyone is listening and they want to leave a comment that says something stupid, like, no, like, even in section 1 or section 2 of chapter 1, that is where the first opening is that Marx is ontologizing labor, and Timenergy says, hold on, chief, you know, there is something outside of labor. However, I will still accept this. Fuck it, we'll call it convivial labor. Like, I'll still accept that. Like, that's okay, but that comes after Timenergy.
Actually, I think what you mean, so I think let's just be really careful here. Convivial labor would be probably cooperative, whereas what we're talking about, what you're saying, fuck it, I'm a heteronymous labor realist.
Yes.
We want to separate, because when Gores develops this distinction between heteronymous, autonomous forms of labor, and when he asserts his heteronomy realism, which we're down with, he is doing it off the back of Illich, and Illich is developing the idea of different kinds of tools. There's manipulative tools and there's convivial tools. And I think Gores is saying, yeah, bitch, but we actually need to have manipulative tools. But of course, we need this distinction so that we can then like create institutions that provide convivial tools to people. And that's why I don't want to say convivial labor, because what we're talking about when we say that people all have to do their social chores, it's just not work. It's not a job. Well, it could be called work, but it's not a job. It's convivial in the sense that you're doing it because you're participating with others and you're working together, blah, blah, blah. But let's just keep that word convivial for the outside of the realm of heteronomy. Yeah.
Because ultimately it is heteronymous labor. Like, yes, like there will be the doldrums. You have to wash the dishes. We'll always have dishes to wash.
And your own ass to wipe. Because because there are probably people listening who don't wash their own dishes because they can actually pay someone else to do that. And that's fantastic. I'm glad you don't have to do that. I kind of want you to live in a world where everyone kind of does their dishes. But when a person hears like washing the dishes and goes, oh, well, I don't have to do that because I can just pay someone else to do that. Well, do you pay someone else to wipe your ass? Because it's the same thing. At a certain level, it's just the same thing. And when you're 90 years old, maybe someone is going to get paid to do that for you. But that's what I call chores. It's just chores. And so whether it's wiping your ass, washing the dishes, or raking the leaves in the neighborhood, like for the whole neighborhood, those are chores. It's just social chores. It just needs to be done. Just do it. Actually, leaves should probably be left on the lawns. That's probably like the best thing that can be done for them, preparing them for winter. Yeah. But setting that aside.
Dude, I had that conversation over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, man.
Where, like, we were talking, and it, I can't remember who brought it up, but somebody was like, actually, they just released some article on some website that we should leave our leaves. I was like, yeah we should, dude. Like,
well, there's like this whole anti-lawn movement that's attached to the anti-golf movement. It's not really a movement. It's just a hashtag. But, there's a kernel of truth to it. And the point is like, no, the lawn is not the ideal yard. It's a monocrop, so it's bad for the soil. It turns the soil into dirt, requires all of these other things just to make it look that way. It's unnecessary. It's fucking bullshit. Like you could just have a bunch of dandelions and long, tall grass with other wildflowers mixed in, and it would be nicer to walk on. It wouldn't stain your clothes, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, before, so it's like people, look, we get it. But also at a certain level, you want to have a yard, and it is better to mulch your yard before the snow comes. It is good to mulch your yard. And you can either buy mulch from the store or just leave the fucking leaves on there that fell in the first place, Or
move to fucking Phoenix where we don't have leaves or snow.
Yeah. And a simulacrum city that requires fucking AC just to function. It doesn't even have its own water.
11 months of the year. We don't have enough water.
Oh man.
Yeah.
In a sort of sense, you're pioneering the Mad Max future out there. So thank you.
Yeah. All right. Section 3. The value form or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the form of use values or material goods, such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain, homely, natural form. However, they are only commodities because they have a dual nature, because they are at the same time objects of utility and bearers of value. Therefore, they only appear as commodities or have the form of commodities insofar as they possess a double form, i.e., natural form and value form. The objectivity of commodities as values differs from Dane quickly in the sense that a man knows not where to have it. Not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In this, it is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish. It remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as values is therefore purely social. From this, it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to track down the value that lay hidden within it. We must now return to this form of appearance of value. Everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values. I refer to the money form. Now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin of this money form. We have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will immediately disappear. The simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to another commodity of a different kind. It does not matter which one. Hence, the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. A, the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 20 yards of linen equal 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. 1. The two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. So here he's just kind of laying out that commodities are only commodities because they have this dual nature, that being perceived value or actual value, and utility. And then he's going to get into these relative forms or relational forms.
I like the first full paragraph of page 139 where he says, everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form, which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values, which is just like, yeah, there's a fucking million use values in the world of commodities. I mean, trillions of use values, maybe, who knows? But this common value form is money, right? And he's saying everyone knows that. This is true, but I just feel like it's an indication of where he's going when he says everyone knows. It's like, this is common sense, but what we're doing is a critique of common sense. So this pairing, this is exactly, that's where I was going with that. This is the second major paragraph of the fetish nature of the value form.
The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in the simple form. Our real difficulty, therefore, is to analyze it. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example, the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. The first commodity plays an active role, the second a passive one. The value of the first commodity is represented as relative value. In other words, the commodity is in the relative form of value. The second commodity fulfills the function of equivalent. In other words, it is in the equivalent form. The relative form of value and the equivalent form are two inseparable moments which belong to and mutually condition each other, but at the same time, they are mutually exclusive or opposed extremes, i.e. poles of the expression of value. They are always divided up between the different commodities brought into relation with each other by that expression. I cannot, for example, express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is not an expression of value. The equation states, rather, the contrary. 20 yards of linen are nothing but 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of linen considered as an object of utility. The value of the linen can therefore only be expressed relatively, i.e. in another commodity. The relative form of the value of the linen therefore presupposes that some other commodity confronts it in the equivalent form. On the other hand, this other commodity, which figures as the equivalent, cannot simultaneously be in the relative form of value. It is not the latter commodity whose value is being expressed. It only provides the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. Of course, the expression 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat, also includes its converse. One coat equals 20 yards of linen, or one coat is worth 20 yards of linen. But in this case, I must reverse the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively. And if I do that, the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. The same commodity cannot, therefore, simultaneously appear in both forms in the same expression of value. These forms rather exclude each other as polar opposites. Whether a commodity is in the relative form or in its opposite, the equivalent form, entirely depends on its actual position in the expression of value. That is, it depends on whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity in which value is being expressed.
So he's just saying, he's really just unpacking this idea that there's the relative form of value and the equivalent form, that they're two poles of value. They cannot be separated from one another, but they're also definitely distinct.
And when it comes down to the question of value, because I don't know, maybe the particular nature of the question itself, like how do we measure value? Like it is kind of a unique question because here a tautology isn't acceptable. Like it really is the case that we do need some mysterious third thing if we want to measure this. Now, whether or not we need to measure it, that's a different question. But like when it comes down to this measure, like it is the case that you do need a mysterious third thing or something else. And then that's something else, that's something else, that's something else, that's something else, and it becomes an infinite regress. But there will always be something else. And money becomes that mysterious third thing for everything else.
I've got a question about the structure of what's going on here. So basically, if you go back, it says on the page 139, A, the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. And then number 1, part 1 of A was the two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. And then down here where you're about to begin is 2, the relative form of value. But I went ahead to check because in terms of making the notes, I just wanted to see, okay, am I doing this right? And I don't see any point here where he goes to number 3. So really, these are just 1 and 2. These are points 1 and 2. So I think what he's about to unpack then is the relative form itself. For pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages. And then we'll get to B, the total or expanded form of value. So right now we're working within A, and we will be until page 154. So 14 pages. So right now we're doing 14 pages of basically the relative form, which makes me think, so like he doesn't really feel like, we're not going to get into the equivalent form here. That's not really what's important. What's important is the relative form. And so these are two poles of value. And the equivalent form is money?
No. Money becomes, through this spectral operation, money becomes the equivalent, but it doesn't become the equivalent form for like the coat and the linen. One of those is relative, one of those is equivalent in that equation. But because that equation doesn't work, money does become the equivalent. But it's not taking the place of the coat. Like it's completely redoing this entire calculus is what's actually happening. Like, because it is this mysterious third thing, it has its own position. Like it's not equivalent to a coat. It's not a 1-to-1 equivalency, I guess. Like, it serves as equivalent value for exchange, but also it is the prime commodity, right? Like it's not a 1-to-1 equivalency.
So it becomes an equivalent, but when he says equivalent form, he's not talking about money.
Correct. When he's saying equivalent form, he's talking about the roles that the coat and the linen respectively are playing in this equation. Like, this equation can work.
But money is going to become that thing, though. So then that would be the equivalent form, no? Because we don't take our linen and we don't exchange against whatever the equivalent form is. If he's postulating a universe wherein people are all exchanging things for coats, I guess. Money does become this equivalent form, but also because it's always this equivalent form, it's not a 1-to-1 equivalency. So yes, it is equivalent, but it's also more than. Like, it also does have this spectral quality that goes above and beyond and outside of this equation, because it's money. It's the prime commodity. So it's right. It can never be a 1-to-1 equivalency. Well, no, it would never be 1-to-1. It would be X amount of money to 1. That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think I'm overcomplicating it. Because at first I was like, no. So I think I'm overcomplicating it. But also, I don't know. Like I think the fact that it is necessarily this mysterious third thing, I still think it's doing something above and beyond just equivalency.
Well, and he doesn't spend any time here talking about the equivalent form. It seems like he's going to move into the general form after that. So it's like, it seems like maybe he's only bringing it up for a minute. I don't know. Okay, whatever. So as far as making notes about this goes, that's the problem. It's like, I don't know what to write about this. Nothing that you've said so far helps me figure out what to write about this. I'm like,
so the relative form, I have a coat. The equivalent form, my coat is worth a banana. Or, hold
right.
on.
Hey, I'll give you this book for that camera lens. Like, okay.
Yeah. So in that,
that's worth it to me.
In that scenario, the book is relative, and the camera lens would be the equivalent. This book is worth one camera lens. The equivalent is this book is worth X is worth Y. Y is the equivalency.
It's so yeah, sign.
you're I'm overcomplicating it with whatever the hell I was talking about. Money plays the role of the equivalent value. Yeah.
Okay. I
like to say money is the equivalent form. I don't know, but to say money plays the role, yes, money plays that role.
Money. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
That's like I was trying to articulate that, and I overcomplicated it.
Okay. No, that's good. So yeah, money will come into play that role. Okay.
Yep.
And so when it says number 2, so number 1 was the two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value, and the equivalent form. Now we're moving into number 2. All right, let's do it.
Number 2, the relative form of value. Subsection 1, the content of the relative form of value. In order to find out how the simple expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation between two commodities, we must, first of all, consider the value relation quite independently of its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is the precise opposite of this. Nothing is seen in the value relation but the proportion in which definite quantities of two sorts of commodity count as equal to each other. It is overlooked that the magnitudes or the sizes of different things only become comparable in quantitative terms when they have been reduced to the same unit. Only as expressions of the same unit do they have a common denominator and are therefore commensurable magnitudes or sizes. Whether 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or 20 coats or X coats, i.e. whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, it is always implied, whatever their proportion, that the linen and the coat, as sizes of value, are expressions of the same unit, things of the same nature. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. Fungibility. But these two qualitatively equated commodities do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed. And how? By being related to the coat as its equivalent, or the thing exchangeable with it. In this relation, the coat counts as the form of existence of value, as the material embodiment of value, for only such it is the same as the linen. On the other hand, the linen's own existence as value comes into view or receives an independent expression, for it is only as value that it can be related to the coat as being equal in value to it, or exchangeable with it. In the same way, butyric acid is a different substance from propylformate, yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Moreover, these substances are combined together in the same proportions in each case, namely C4H8O2. If now butyric acid were to be equated with propylformate, then in the first place, propylformate would count in this relation only as a form of existence of C4H8O2. And in the second place, it would thereby be asserted that butyric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Thus, by equating propylformate with butyric acid, one would be expressing their chemical composition as opposed to their physical formation. If we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. The first commodity's value character emerges here through its own relation to the second commodity. And that's, again, just kind of value is only in relation to other things.
Right.
Exchange.
I'm only going camera off so I can eat without you watching, or not you, but
those
big
weirdos
idea.
on the internet.
yeah. I don't want to disturb them. That's what it's about.
By equating, for example, the coat as a thing of value to the linen, we equate the labor embedded in the coat with the labor embedded in the linen. Now, it is true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labor of a different sort from the weaving which makes the linen, but the act of equating tailoring with weaving reduces the former, in fact, to what is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to the characteristic they have in common of being human labor. This is a roundabout way of saying that weaving, too, insofar as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring and, consequently, is abstract human labor. It is only the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities which brings to view the specific character of value creating labor by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general. And again, he's just hammering this point home. Like, we are all interchangeable. This structure, this systematic approach to economy makes all things meaningless and entirely interchangeable. Necessarily.
Yes. On the previous page, I want to go back to the very end of 141, and where he says, if we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms, which would be their use value. So then the natural form of the thing would just be its use value, I think. I think that's what he's saying. It's congealed human labor, it's useful. And he's saying that's not sufficient. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. So I think the anarchists he's arguing with in this case, and I mean, I don't mean to just keep going back to anarchists, whatever, socialists of his time as well.
But they were largely anarchists, and Proudhon really got the ball rolling on socialism when and Bakunin, I mean, these guys were the guys carrying the flame at the time.
Yeah. And so his point is this dual form of the commodity is lost by the standard labor theory of value that would just see a commodity as a congealed quantity of human labor. So I think I need to write commodities are not only quantities of congealed labor in the notes. And maybe I'm gonna add in all caps against the labor theory of value.
Yeah.
Commodities are not only quantities of congealed labor, because this does not understand the value form they take on when in relation.
In relation. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, in relation to one another.
Absolutely.
And I just feel like that, I mean, that's just, it's so easy to pass over as he's doing it here, but how many pages ago was it? It was, when did he say, I invented the dual, this distinction of the dual form of the commodity.
What, like 8
and so we'll
pages
have
ago?
to take some fucking time unpacking it. Was it 8? I'm trying to find it because it's. Oh damn! I'm already at the beginning. Okay, at some point he said it, and I need to make I need to make an actual note where he said it. I thought it was the top left page. But which page?
It is the top of the page, and it's in the notes. I thought.
Yeah, maybe I'll just look at the notes. Okay. I'll look at those.
Maybe it's like 130 or 128 or something.
No.
132. Top of 132.
Ah, yeah.
Bottom of 131. Top of 132. Initially, the commodity appeared as an object with a dual character possessing both use and exchange. Later on, we've seen labor too as a dual character. Insofar as it finds expression of value, it no longer. I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities.
Okay, so I put the dual nature in caps there. All right, now coming back down. Against the labor theory of value, commodities are not only quantities of congealed labor because this does not understand the value form they take on when in relation to one another. The first commodity's value character emerges here through its own relation to the second commodity. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, this is, people could, I mean, I and I'm open to this, could say, well, he's going to be doing a more robust labor theory of value or something. But the point is he's trying to say value is not just congealed labor in a product. All right. Value is specifically something that is socially determined by the relation of this mass of things in relation to one another.
Yeah, and it is funny that there are, I don't know, labor theory hardliners or whatever, because Marx is, I think, he is very clear about the social nature. I don't think it necessarily contradicts the labor theory of value, because I don't think Marx's vision is, like, he says it right here. Like he's saying, like, no, it's not just congealed labor power. Like, it is also this thing.
Dude, does this actually debunk that commenter from the other day?
I mean,
so we had a commenter. Yeah, what did he say?
He said I mean, do we need to get specific?
Someone said I don't go with Heinrich because Heinrich says that, you know, that
values created in distribution.
Production is not the sole source of value. Okay.
They're not. Yeah.
Marx just said right here on page 143 that it's not the sole source.
To be charitable, he did say that value. So the commenter said that Heinrich claims that value is produced in distribution. That's what the commenter said. I didn't get that from anything Heinrich said. In fact, you guys, if you're watching this, you've already seen chapters 9, 10, and 11 of
Right.
of Heinrich's introduction to Capital, where he actually goes a little bit more in detail.
And Heinrich never said that shit. Yeah.
Heinrich didn't say that, but the commenter said that Heinrich makes this claim, which we disagree with.
Because we didn't see it. We didn't read that. I mean, maybe we passed over it and missed it, but is a big claim to make. Yeah.
It's a big claim to make. But I'll give the guy the benefit of the doubt.
But he said circulation, not distribution.
Okay. But
is that the same thing? Is that supposed to be the same thing?
No, it's not the exact same thing.
Okay.
It's the same thing, but it's not the exact same thing. But
okay.
He did say that value is created. Now, Marx here is not saying value is created in distribution or circulation. Marx is saying that value is socially determined. So just because it's in relation to doesn't mean that's during the process of distribution and circulation. I'm just trying to be as charitable as possible with this commenter.
Yeah. No, that's good. You should.
In case they're watching and they have clarifying comments, because I would love for clarification.
No, I actually expect that commenter is still working on something, and by the time that this video is out, we'll have already gotten a response to my question, which was basically like, "Yo, you're this is good, but also you've not told us where to find where Heinrich said that." So I think that he could be off doing some research on his own to find out where Heinrich said that, and come back and say actually he didn't, or he might come back and show us where he does say that.
And show us where.
But no. So bringing it back to this idea that production is the sole source of value. Without pulling the comment up, I thought that was also in there. So separate from whether production,
I think that was in his second comment.
Okay,
maybe?
so separate from whether circulation or distribution creates value, separate from that is the question of, is production the sole source of value? If production is the sole source of value, then the relationality wouldn't matter. There would be an intrinsic value to something because it would be a congealed form of labor.
Right. Marx is defeating that right here.
So like
Heinrich also.
So Robinson Crusoe, we economists always go to the example of Robinson Crusoe. So get comfortable with that. People, honestly, like the political economists like that, and Derrida deconstructs it forever, and it's great. So it's just like Robinson Crusoe. Go read it. It was the first book I ever read, actually. It's like how I learned to read was reading that book, because like my parents told me I'd get like $50 if I could read this little blue Robinson Crusoe book. And I wasn't able to read until a pretty late age. And so it was like this thing that I struggled with for a long time. Anyway, so Robinson Crusoe could fucking make things. He could make a ton of things. And yeah, they would be congealed forms of his labor. Absolutely. But they don't have value. That's Marx's point. They have use value. That's separate. They are not commodities. They do not have use. They do not have value in this sense of exchange value, because value, the evil value, the kind of value that fucking destroys everything and is in the future, like working its way back through time, like trying to like use us to like undermine ourselves, to make itself the God Emperor of the universe. That thing is not created by production. It's created by a social relation.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that highlights even more the ephemeral qualities of it. Like it is this relational, like it's nothing but a relation. It's not a quality. It's not an intrinsic. It's nothing. It is this thing that only exists in the spaces in between these commodities
But now,
So value is never produced. Value is never created. It's always posited a priori.
But you can still
And
say
there's
that.
justifications.
So it's really easy to come right back and say, well, the production is still a necessary condition. Yeah, we're just saying it's not a sufficient condition. And a person who says that labor or production is the sole source of value
Yeah.
is saying it's necessary and sufficient. And I don't know why that's a point people want to stick on. Because, first of all, Marx doesn't say it. Second of all, like, it's just not true. So, I mean, I separate those two things because I don't care if Marx says it at a certain level. I do care about the truth. But also, when a Marxist comes in like, no, it's a sole source, I go, but why? Why do you say that, though? Like, you don't think circulation and distribution and, like, consumption, like, play their roles in actual value creation? But, like, this is the dual form. He's made this like razor's edge, and now he's working his way through everything, and it's going to cause political economy to basically collapse. I mean, and he succeeds because they had to reinvent economics to get away from him. They didn't, because Marx he was so fucking good at what he did that they were like, okay, we got to stop naturalizing this stuff the way that we've done. Because at the point that Marx is doing this, everybody's a labor theorist of value. Everybody takes products to be just congealed labor. And I think that there is something very intuitive about the labor theory of value in its simplistic form. And it hits us like, oh my God, in that we're used to, money, we get it as an allowance, or we have to mow people's lawns for it. And then eventually we get a job, and then eventually whatever. So we just have like this sort of relation to money, and then money helps us get commodities. And some of the ways that we get money actually have something to do with producing commodities. Other things that we do are just services, which are also commodities in a sort of abstract sense. But, just from the intuitive, naive, phenomenological standpoint, we just want money so we can get things, and we play a role in making things that other people want, and that's reality. But then someone, maybe a Marxist or an anarchist or somebody who's like labor theory value pilled, comes along and goes, hey, did you know that you keep treating commodities on the grocery store shelf, like, or on Amazon or whatever, as though they're things in themselves? But guess what? They're not anything outside of the fact that they were created, and it required human labor that was not compensated fully to create that. And then people go, oh, fuck. Like, that's mind-blowing to them. And then, of course, people start wanting to do, like, fair trade, ethical commodity purchasing, because they're like, well, shit, I got to get out of that. Or they just want to overthrow the system. Yeah, for sure. Either way, I don't give a shit. The point is that the critique of commodity fetishism goes a lot further than that.
Mm-hmm.
That's, like, the very beginning of it, and it's actually a part that Ricardo and Smith and Mill, as well as Bakunin and Proudhon, all understood. So liberal to radical, they all understood, yeah, commodities are made by human labor. They all understood that. Marx is not coming along and just reasserting that here. You actually, we could rewind. You actually kept reading past it, and then on the next page, you use the word just. So all he's saying is that they're all relationally determined here. Yes, but why is he just saying that? Well, he has to beat this dead horse because of the context he's dealing in, where people are all labor theorists of value, right? So it's just like, it's so easy to just like, oh yeah, and then and then we can, if we weren't like, already kind of like on this approach to the text, slide into some kind of labor theory of value, like slide right back into it, or like, not be able to see the substantial difference between what he's doing and the people that he is summarizing as he develops his imminent critique. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say about that. But yeah, it's exciting because I didn't realize that it was so close to the beginning. It's
Yeah, man.
like it's like what is it? Hold on. So 125 to 141.
141.
Yeah.
Less than 20 pages in. It's funny to me that
16 pages. Yep.
a lot of the people nowadays who are these labor hardliners are more than happy to talk about social constructs. And they even say they use the term social relations all the time. But they still will say, like, yeah, labor is the sole source of value. And it's funny to me.
Well, an example of it, and I'm gonna just like, okay, because whenever I say like Marxists, to not just be totalizing the field out there, like
Right,
I don't
okay.
know where Henry stands. You know, Henry is like a real Marxist, like we met on tour. I don't know where he stands on things, but I'm talking about. I think I'm talking about. At least in this regard, Daniel Tutt and Doug Lane.
Yeah.
And they, and Tutt especially doesn't like value form Marxism. Okay. But Catrone's at least somewhat value form pilled. I don't know how far he'd go with that or admit to it, but he does have a lecture he gave on the point is to overcome value, right? Like he
Yeah.
did at least do that. And that it's not just congealed labor power. I think Catrone knows that. I'd have to double check that lecture, but I've got this vague impression that he knows. But as far as like saying that production or labor is the sole source of value, we could turn to Ted Reese says it in Socialism and Extinction, and then he also says it in his book on Grossman. So those are two different books where he restates it. And then in the essay that he wrote for Underground Theory, he repeats it. So he's officially said it 3 times. And every time I've read it, I remember thinking like, you really emphasize that it's the sole source. But why? And then I think to be charitable, the reason that it's the sole source is because it's what I say in Waypoint, which is that time energy is the sole source of value. Okay.
Right.
But I was talking about human value. I was not talking about economic value. And economic value is bad. We want it gone. Yeah. Right. So that's the distinction here.
I hate the word value. I hate the idea of value because it covers up what we actually mean when we go to use the word. In a sense, not all the time, because yes, it is useful to talk about how much that costs. Like I have a finite amount of money, I need to acquire something. So it is useful to know how much I should reasonably spend on something. Like, yes, that's a useful, I don't know, metric. But then we go around and we talk about like value to mean like something that is meaningful to me, something that fulfills me in a way, something that maximizes my human being, my human essence. Like it sucks because it confuses so much shit, and it like you really do start to think about your time as nothing more than a store of monetary value. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Time is money. Time is money. That grinds that shit. Like
yeah, so you start reifying the value form and how it turns your time energy into labor time.
Exactly. You're ontologizing labor.
So it's because time energy is reduced into labor power that we perceive it as labor time. Or sorry, yeah. That's what I meant to say. So Now I understand better where Doug was coming from when he thought that time energy is labor time. It's like, no, time energy gets reduced into labor power. That's what I say. So then him saying it's labor time, I was just like, what are you talking about? But I get it. Okay. So, but he just didn't understand. Okay. But it's that we perceive our time energy as labor time because it has always, throughout our whole lives, been reduced to labor power. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay. All right. What page is that?
Commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general. 141. However, it is not enough to express the specific character of the labor which goes to make up the value of the linen. Human labor power in its fluid state, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value in its coagulated state, in objective form. The value of the linen as a congealed mass of human labor can be expressed only as an objectivity, a thing which is materially different from the linen itself and yet common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When it is in the value relation with linen, the coat counts qualitatively as the equal of the linen. It counts as a thing of the same nature because it is a value. Here it is therefore a thing in which value is manifested, or which represents value in its tangible natural form. Yet the coat itself, a physical aspect of the coat commodity, is purely a use value. A coat as such no more expresses value than does the first piece of linen we come across. This proves only that, within its value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than it does outside it. Just as some men count for more when inside a gold-braided uniform than they do otherwise.
Okay, that's... I want to break this down. So he, right after we read that, he said human labor power in its fluid state, or human labor creates value, but is not itself value. So human labor creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value in its coagulated state. What does coagulated mean?
Congealed, ossified, amalgamated.
And so he's saying that there's other factors in the congealing. That's what he's saying. He's like saying that there's other factors in the congealing. Which would be the social relation.
Well, he's not explicitly saying that, but he is saying in its coagulated state, it becomes value. So earlier in the previous paragraph, he does say that there are other factors, but here he's not saying there's other factors. He's just saying it becomes value in this coagulated state. So yes, he just said there are other factors, but he's not saying that here. He's just saying like,
well, yeah. I know he's not saying it in this. I know he's not saying that in the sentence. Yeah. I'm just saying, just double checking. So the coagulation itself is that it enters the market?
So, the coagulated state is this social average, this simple labor, the lowest common denominator, and the social relations. It's all of it. Like the coagulated state is the commodity object, which is, socially necessary reproduction, simple averages, and social relations.
Right. Okay, just making sure, because otherwise that would just sound like it contradicted everything we said, which as soon as we read it, I was just like, wait, that sounds bad, but not if you understand what it means to say it's coagulated. So that's why I wanted to unpack that. Yeah.
Yeah. And actually that is good to unpack, because it's saying one thing and it could be thought to be saying the opposite of what it is actually saying.
Yeah. So it's just like, these are like these like special little points that are so easily given over to a standard labor theory of value. because you just read it. He says human labor power in its fluid state or human labor power creates value, but is not itself. It becomes value in its coagulated state in objective form. Someone's just like, it'd be really easy to be like, yeah, it's not the human labor, it's the finished product. That's the coagulated state. It would be really easy to read that there. And no, that's not what it's saying there. It's the metabolic process involves all of those other terms that he uses at the beginning of the Grundrisse: production, consumption, distribution, exchange, circulation, right? So, cool. All right, just wanted to break that down. And then on the other page, yet the coat itself, the physical aspect of the coat commodity is purely a use value. A coat as such no more expresses value than does the first piece of linen we come across, right? So like the coat does not have value. It only has value as a commodity, which means that it's in relation to the money or just to the value form, which
Yeah.
for us means money.
Yeah, and that that value is a relation. It's a description of a relation.
But I love that he uses this example, and I'd love if you can pull the quote that begins with "yet the coat itself" and then ends with "otherwise," like that, because what it gets into right here is I think Slavoj Žižek actually uses this somewhere, probably in the Sublime Objective Ideology when he's talking about. Maybe, I'm not sure, but I've seen it, and I think I've seen him use it. But it's this point right here. It's a subtle point, but it's powerful because he's saying it's not a thing itself, and it's not just that it's in a set of relations. It's that it's in symbolic relations. That's the crucial piece here.
Right.
Because some men count for more when inside a gold-braided uniform than they do otherwise. Now, if you put on a gold-braided uniform and walk into some place like you own it, chances are they're going to treat you differently. But if people know that you earned it, or that it's that an institution has recognized you and then given you that, and so you've got the ostensible power of the institution behind you when you're wearing that, you're filling a placeholder. You're filling a symbolic placeholder, right? It's a lot more than you are, right? And so he's saying it's the exact same thing when that coat stops being a thing of use and enters the market. That coat takes on this function as placeholder in a symbolic relational network. That right there is where value comes from. Yeah, that's good shit. In the production of the coat, human labor power in the shape of tailoring has in actual fact been expended. Human labor has therefore been accumulated in the coat. From this point of view, the coat is a bearer of value, although this property never shows through even when the coat is at its most threadbare. In its value relation with the linen, the coat counts only under this aspect, counts therefore as embodied value, as the body of value. Despite its buttoned up appearance, the linen recognizes in it a splendid kindred soul, the soul of value. Nevertheless, the coat cannot represent value towards the linen unless value, for the latter, simultaneously assumes the form of a coat. An individual A, for instance, cannot be your majesty to another individual B unless majesty in B's eyes assumes the physical shape of A, and moreover changes facial features, hair, and many other things with every new father of his people. Which is just to say, it's the exact same thing he just said previously about the gold-braided uniform, but now he's saying it about a king. A king only becomes a king in a specific relation. The king is not just a special person. The king is in a special relation. Hence, in the value relation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the form of the coat counts as the form of value. The value of the commodity linen is therefore expressed by the physical body of a commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is identical with the coat, and therefore looks like the coat. Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its natural form. Its existence as value is manifested in its equality with the coat, just as the sheep-like nature of the Christian is shown in his semblance to the Lamb of God. He had to get his little jab in there, guys. Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its natural form. Its existence as value is manifested in its equality with the coat.
So let's look back a couple pages to where he specifically says it is not granted value apart from its natural form.
Wait, where did he say that?
I'm trying to find it. Right after where he's talking about the butyric acid. Thus, by equating propylformate with butyric acid, one would be expressing that chemical composition. If we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. So here he's saying this is what grants the value. That's on the bottom of 141. So right here, he's saying, thus the linen acquires a value different from its natural form. This is where sign value comes in. I just think that's worth pointing out. What are we on, 143?
Exchange value. This is where exchange value comes in.
Right.
Because you said sign value.
And does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms.
So wait, I still can't find where you're saying that. So wait, is it so the bottom is where we said, if we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. Okay, there we go. That's what we were reading in the first place. Okay, I got you. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. Okay, and then over here, go on.
Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its natural form, and that only happens in relation to it is only a social relation, is what he's saying, that the exchange value is produced, if we need to use that language, produced or created. The exchange value is created in the relation.
All right, I wrote the note, exchange value is produced or created, in quotes, only via the relation, thus taking on a form other than its natural form as a congealed product of labor or for use.
Hell yeah.
All right. We see then that everything our analysis of the value of commodities previously told us is repeated by the linen itself as soon as it enters into association with another commodity, the coat. Only it reveals its thoughts in a language with which it alone is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that labor creates its own value in its abstract quality of being human labor, it says that the coat, insofar as it counts as its equal, as in it is value, consists of the same labor as it does itself. In order to inform us that its sublime objectivity as a value differs from its stiff and starchy existence as a body, it says that value has the appearance of a coat, and therefore that insofar as the linen itself is an object of value, Werting, it and the coat are as like as two peas. Peas in a pod, baby. Let us note, incidentally, that the language of commodities also has, apart from Hebrew, plenty of other more or less correct dialects. Oh, shit. He's saying it's not just Jews who think about commodities. That's literally what he's saying right there. The German word Verstein, to be worth, for he's saying it's not just that. The reason he has to say that is because that's people who have a problem with capitalism keep blaming Jews. So he's like, it's got a language. Commodities have a language, and it's not Hebrew, guys.
Yeah.
The German word Verstein, to be worth, for instance. Okay, Wert is just worth. Good to know, because that's why W was the word we were using earlier. So there's all kind. Look, looking down the page, we've got Wertkörper, Wertstein, Wertding. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Warenwerte. The commodity value, but just regular value is Werte.
Yeah. The German word Wertstein, to be worth, for instance, brings out less strikingly than the Romance verb valer, valeur, that the equating of commodity B with commodity A is the expression of a value proper to commodity A. And then he says, Paris va bien une messe. And then that translates roughly as Paris is certainly worth a mass. Henry IV's supposed words on his conversion to Roman Catholicism in 1593. Okay, so it's just a saying he brings in for fun. Maybe not just for fun, because there is something symbolic happening when a king takes on a symbolic relation within a religion, which is what he's ultimately talking about. So he's playing off of this idea of symbolic relations still.
Absolutely.
By means of the value relation, therefore, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A. So by means of the value relation, the natural form of one commodity becomes the value form of another commodity. Yeah?
So is he saying, by means of the value relation, things are reduced, the utility of a thing is reduced to the exchange value? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, because the natural form is the use value, the congelation of human value for use. Yeah.
So I'm going to restate that in those words.
Yeah, because at this point he's like beating this horse. He's like, motherfucker, like, you guys got to know this. Commodity A then is entering into a relation with commodity B as an object of value, Wertkörper, as a materialization of human labor, makes the use value B into the material through which its own value is expressed. The value of commodity A, thus expressed in the use value of commodity B, has the form of relative value. So I liked at the top of this page, as you write there, I'll just kind of say a thing, and that's this whole like commodities telling us things. It's like this sort of analogy he's using. So the commodity tells you, he says, hey guys, I'm worth like these headphones, I'm worth $90 to $120. I'm worth that much because human labor went into making me, and human labor went into making that money. And so it's legitimation narrative is the labor theory of value.
Yes.
Yeah. Which just means that all the people who are out here really try to push the labor theory of value, including my former self, let's be honest, for years and years and years, are doing the work of fetishization, which is apparently not the same thing as false consciousness, but the way I understood false consciousness to be used, it's you're taking on a belief set that does not benefit you, right? But Catrone and Thomas, they say, oh no, actually, false consciousness is just taking things as they are, being a realist, and not seeing like a way forward. That's a. We'll see
get into that, dude.
We'll see if we get into it. I don't know if he even gets into false consciousness in Capital. I don't remember. Do you remember? I don't know if he gets into it here. That might be.
I don't, but I mean, it will undoubtedly come up at some point.
So now we move into section 2. All right, and when I say section 2, I mean section 2 of. Let's go back here. How long?
Of section A. That is
of section 2. So now we're in part.
So this is
part
section 2, the relative form of value, part 2.
Because we already did the 2 poles of value, which was a short 1-page section, and now we're in the 14-page section, the relative form of value. Now we're in part 2 of that. So, all right. Now we've established a lot in the first part. What do we get into in the next part? There's a clause. No, there's a title. I got a header to this section. The quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. Okay. Which would be, how do you put a dollar sign on that? I'm assuming. Every commodity whose value is to be expressed is a useful object of a given quantity. Hold on. So earlier, if you scroll up in the notes, you'll see where I had made it say, here, I'll show people our notes. They can see it too now. They can't really see it that well, but they can kind of see it. All right, so anyway, all I'm trying to show is that, at page 139, when he first got into this, I had made the A, and I'd given the title, the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. I want to go click, and make that section header 2. And then I want to take section 1 of that in. Now it needs an actual title, but that needs to be section header 3. And then down here, the relative form on page 140, that needs to be also number 3. And the reason is when we scroll up here and then refresh the table of contents, now it adds that. So you look at it, it says Capital Volume 1, and then it breaks down and it shows it like it does it for you. It's all done for us. So it's like it's really a time saver later on. And so now we'll want to for this part that we're getting into here, the quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value, that should be, where was I? The first I. The first part of 2.
That is right there on page 140. So that's subsection 1. Okay. Starts right at the beginning. Subsection 2 begins here on page 145.
So then I'm going to go ahead and make that into section header 3. All right. And then, yeah, we'll want to, and then make that section header 3 as well. So just, and this is not being a pedant. This is setting our future selves up for success when we go over this. Because in the future, we want to be able to look at the table of contents and jump to a particular section. And understanding capital, really, like I want to get to the point where I know what the different sections of the different chapters are. I know what the movement is that he's making. Like that's a big goal. We're just setting ourselves up for that eventually. The quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. Every commodity whose value is to be expressed is a useful object of a given quantity, for instance, 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee. A given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. Therefore, the form of value must not only express value in general, but also quantitatively determined value. That's the size of the value. In the value relation of commodity A to commodity B, of the linen to the coat, therefore, not only is the commodity type coat equated with the linen in qualitative terms as an object of value as such, but also a definite quantity of the object of value or equivalent. One coat, for example, is equated with a definite quantity of linen, such as 20 yards. The equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, or this book is worth Nance's camera lens, presupposes the presence in 1 coat of exactly as much of the substance of value as there is in 20 yards of linen, implies therefore that the quantities in which the two commodities are present have cost the same amount of labor or the same quantity of labor time. It implies that. It's an important word there. Whenever Marx says implies or appears, you have to remember that as the kind of Hegelian that he is, appearances are never what they seem. Assumptions that are commonsensical are probably bullshit. And so this apparent equivalence, it's implied, right? Like he said on the 2 pages ago, the commodity is telling you this, right? But the labor time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen or 1 coat varies with every change in the productivity of the weaver or the tailor. The influence of such changes on the relative expression of the magnitude of value must now be investigated more closely. Now this is, Nance, where do we have a section header 4? Is there such a thing? Yeah. Okay. So you'll want to make a section header 4 because there's going to be a whole bunch of numbers. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And I don't know what we're counting out. I don't remember, but yeah, we want to keep track of that. So first, let the value of the linen change while the value of the coat remains constant. If the labor time necessary for the production of linen be doubled as a result of the increasing infertility of flax-growing soil, for instance, its value will also be doubled, right? Supply goes down, demand goes up, the value gets doubled. Instead of the equation, and actually I would just, on that one, just write supply up, demand, no, supply down, demand up, price, value doubled. Yeah. Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, since 1 coat would now contain only half as much labor time as 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, the necessary labor time be reduced by 1/2 as a result of improved looms, for instance, the value of the linen will fall by 1/2. In accordance with this, the equation will now read 20 yards of linen equals half of a coat. The relative value of commodity A, as in its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in direct relation to the value of A if the value of B remains constant. I wish he put a little more thought into this one, because like a half a coat is just not useful at all. But, you know. So point 1 then. All he's saying is the time of the labor time actually factors in here at the level of changing out one commodity for another at the level of barter. Oh, did you add the note on this one? I might be.
Yeah.
Sorry, I scrolled up. I didn't see. There you go. You did do it. Okay, I was on the wrong page.
It's being all stupid though. Like it's wanting me to make. Oh, you fucking stupid.
Because you've got the numbered bullets. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? Looks great. What's wrong with it?
It's trying to force the rest of this text to be in heading 4.
Oh no, but you know what you can do is you can just go enter.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. What just happened? Oh, well, that's stupid. Just some technical bullshit. But you know what you could do is just do the numbering yourself, and then that way you don't have to. What the hell?
Well, that's what I was going for, and then it like made it.
Oh, it automatically defaulted? Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it did like auto formatting. All right, here we go.
You can get out of it probably by using a word. Just use the word 1 and then make it heading 4. And then, you know what I mean? And then it won't default to that. 2, let the value of the linen remain constant while the value of the coat changes. If under these circumstances the labor time necessary for the production of a coat is doubled as a result, for instance, of a poor crop of wool, we should have, instead of 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, if the value of commodity A remains constant, its relative value, as expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in inverse relation to the change in the value of B. I'm sorry, I feel real dumb, but like, what's the difference here between what's new in this example from the last example? Aren't they both just saying if we're comparing two commodities that are supposed to be exchanged with one another and the value of one goes up, then it takes more of the other one to buy it.
And like, you get less. Yeah.
So what's the problem? Like, why is he breaking this down into 4 movements if the second one sounds just like the first one?
Because the first one is it's the same thing. It's just one costs more labor time, one costs more physical material.
Is that the difference between 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So hold on one sec.
So for the first example, if the labor time necessary for the production of linen be doubled as a result of the increasing infertility of flax growing soil, for instance, its value will also be doubled. So that's, we'll call that scarcity. We're saying scarcity, value goes up.
Based.
In example 2, the value of linen is constant, while the value of the coat changes. If under these circumstances, the labor time necessary for the production of a coat is doubled, the labor time necessary for the production of a coat is doubled. As a result, a poor crop of wool we should have, instead of 20 yards, 1 coat, we have 20 yards equals half a coat. If on the other, the value of the coat sinks, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, the value of commodity A remains constant. Its relative value as expressed in commodity B rises and falls in inverse relation. So example 1 feels easy enough.
So this one's just, so I already added scarcity.
Yeah.
Value
Scarcity.
goes up.
Yeah.
And then this one is labor time becomes more expensive. Value goes up. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. And also the inverse on both.
Okay, then actually, like, let's take it like this. Just getting all meta about the note taking. Control Shift V pastes it without the
Formatting.
the formatting. Yeah, just so you know. All right, so becomes more, okay, so labor time becomes more expensive, value goes up, and then just repeat, but becomes cheaper, value goes down. Okay, that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's see this next paragraph. If we compare the different cases examined under headings 1 and 2, it emerges that the same change in the magnitude of relative value may arise from entirely opposed causes. Okay, so this is just, he's saying, these things can do the same operation.
Wait, what do you mean?
It emerges that the same change in magnitude can be from different causes. So causes on the relative side and causes on the equivalent side can have the same overall effect, generalizing effect or whatever.
Okay, so like, oh, the value went up. It must be that labor time got more expensive. No, bitch. It also could be that there was a scarcity. Yeah. Okay, that's all he's saying. Okay.
Yep.
Oh my God. All right, let's keep going. Thus, the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen. I almost think that like the best way to be like a Marx fanboy would just be to buy 20 yards of linen and like hang that on your wall and then like have a giant equal sign and then put a fucking coat. Yeah, dude. And then we could do this Baudrillardian thing and say, we just moved that shit into sign value, motherfucker. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that was your slip earlier when you said exchange value. You meant to say exchange value, but you said sign value. But we're not gonna
sign value.
Yeah, sign value is Baudrillard. So, folks, just all that means is like outside of use value and exchange value, sign value becomes like a predominant form of value in late stage capitalism, at least that's what Baudrillard argues, and sign value would be, it's not the use value or the exchange value of the things that we are wearing or showing that matters. Yeah, which one is that?
System of objects.
System of objects, baby. Yeah, we'll read through all of Baudrillard too eventually. That's the equation of 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen. 2 coats either because the value of the linen has doubled or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2 and it becomes 20 yards of linen equals half coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2 or because the value of the coat is doubled. Cool. Now we get into number 3. Let the quantities of labor necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. As before, whatever change may have taken place in their respective values. Their change of value is revealed only when they are compared with a third commodity, whose value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose or fell simultaneously and in the same proportion, the relative values would remain unaltered. The change in their real values would be manifested by an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. Okay, I did this big like I understood it, but I don't think I actually did, which is the biggest problem with reading for me. It's like, oh, I think I get it. No. So stop. What did you write? You wrote relative and equivalent value can vary in concert with each other. And the mysterious third measure of value will tell us the difference. Is that what he's saying? Is that what he's saying? Okay.
Yeah, so if a thing becomes cheaper to produce, and that's actually a horrible way to say what I was trying to say. If it's cheaper to produce a thing, but it's also okay. So if the material costs are lower and the labor is lower, if they're both lower, then in this value relation, they stay co-equivalent with each other. So the cost will be lower in the measure of money or in the third thing, but the relation that they have to each other stays the same if it's the same magnitude of variance that they're both going through.
I don't think it's about if the labor time and the scarcity.
Yeah.
No, he's saying let the quantities of labor necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and the same proportion.
No, I was on number 4. Never mind.
Okay,
You're right.
yeah.
I was on number 4.
Okay, yeah. So we're just talking about we've got two things being compared or exchanged. The quantity of labor time itself is varying either up or down, he's saying. It doesn't matter. In this case, but the point is that it's changing the same. So let's just say ditch digging versus driving a truck from point A to point B. It's almost harder because I'm making it into a service and a
Okay, no. Say you get a backhoe and a self-driving truck.
Okay.
Those will in this hypothetical they're going to reduce the necessary labor in the same amount.
Yeah. So like hypothetically, it reduces it to the same amount. Obviously, that would never happen, but we've got to make these kinds of You got to use these kinds of operating assumptions to do anything in math or economics. Okay. In this case, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. As before, whatever change may have taken place in their respective values. Their change of value is revealed only when they are compared with a third commodity. Okay, so that is where the mysterious third thing does tell us whose value has remained constant. So that third value's value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose or fell simultaneously, now he's saying all commodities rose or fell simultaneously and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. Yeah, okay, that's because they're all relative to each other. The change in their real values would be manifested by an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. So the change, that's the part where I get confused.
The change in their real values would be manifested by an increase. So real value, that's a little weird for him to say real value, because I think what, okay, but an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. Aha! This is where, like, money is allowing us to have a stable over time, or at least a metastable over time system, because without this constant source of equivalent value, because markets always fluctuate.
Right.
That's not to say that
constantly fluctuating. Yeah.
Yeah. So having a constant exchange rate, or an equivalency, will allow, I guess, stability over time, because you can't have a market that's just it's a race to the bottom. But like trying to reword this, it's just fucking clunky.
Yeah, it sucks. So the first one was scarcity. The second one was labor time. So we'll call this third one. Oh fuck.
Stability or real exchange.
Oh my god.
Constant value?
Hey, by the way, if you're thinking, oh, I know what it would be, and you have the means, get into tiers 3 or 4 so that you can actually be a part of this Capital Mondays thing. Because we actually need a couple people in the live chat when we do this every Monday, being like typing out actual helpful suggestions to the note making process. And then one of the benefits of that, beyond the fact that you're reading this and ostensibly learning from the conversation we have about it, you also have access to the notes doc and are able to make comment suggestions for revisions, whatever. And it puts you into the Capital seminar way ahead of time before it ever actually takes place. So if you have your own project that you're working on that could benefit from this, then think about that, because we each have our own project, which is what I mean, they're related, but we ultimately have our own things we're working on here. And so I just wanted to say, like, it would be great to have that. But anyway, so without that, we're left trying to figure it out all on our own.
I think constant.
Yeah, call it constant change.
Yeah, because it's a continuous process of fluctuation.
Yeah, so call it constant fluctuation in the same directions. Yeah, call it constant fluctuation, but in the same directions. Maintains the same relative value.
Yes, the same relative and exchange value. And equivalent value, excuse me. Because it's not until we get that mysterious third thing that we're able to see the real value.
Right. Now, as far as like these headers go, scarcity, labor time, and then number 3, maybe just call it constant fluctuation. Yeah, I'll do it. You take care of your doggo. I'll just copy it. Paste it. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. I'm going to guess you can probably hear this, and so I'll keep reading. The labor time necessary for the production, respectively, of the linen and the coat, and hence their values, may vary simultaneously in the same direction, but to an unequal degree, or in opposite directions, and so on. The influence of all possible combinations of this kind on the relative value of a commodity can be worked out simply by applying cases 1, 2, and 3. Right, because in a market, cases 1, 2, and 3 that we've moved through so far are all always happening. Thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or in other words, in the magnitude of the relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Okay, that's a really important point. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. Flip it on its head. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of its value and in the relative expression of that magnitude do not by any means have to correspond at all points. So we're about to move on to sort of like a new section. Now, I think all that point 4 is saying is that points 1 through 3 are always operable, right?
Yeah, and that relative value is determined by these social relations rather than use or exchange value.
Where is that? Where is
Thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or in other words, in the magnitude of the relative value. So, exchange value and use value are not always going to be reflected in relative value.
So what is relative value outside of exchange value? This is part of what's tripping me up, because he's talking about relative value as distinct from value.
So relative value is in reference to the equivalency value
right? And these are the two
Which-
poles of value. Okay.
Yeah, and that's how we like that. Those do constitute exchange value, but they're components of it. They're like not the thing itself. So I mean, real quick, sometimes markets are fucky, and they can be manipulated, and they're not real. They're not concrete. This is why we shouldn't naturalize markets and exchange and labor.
Well, I mean, in a certain sense, like the changing of the seasons or the changing of the seasons or like a famine or a drought as like examples, that is natural. And any species living within that biome is going to suffer. Or
Right.
any species, yeah.
But during COVID, when people are buying toilet paper, like that wasn't a real thing. Like the price went up due to perceived scarcity. And then because there was this perceived scarcity, there became actual scarcity. And the prices shot up, like price gouging and blah, 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 this and that. Or when you're on the highway and you're 20 miles outside town and gas is $6 a gallon, but then you get in town and it's $4 a gallon. Like those prices, those relative values aren't tied to anything real. So it is the case that there are natural processes that occur, but it is also the case that markets really do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the note on this so scarcity, labor time, constant fluctuation, simultaneity, 1, 2, 3, 4, respectively. Scarcity just says value goes up. Yeah, that actually conveys the meaning just fine. Labor time becomes more expensive, value goes up. Labor time becomes cheaper, value goes down. Constant fluctuation, but in the same direction, maintains the same relative equivalent values. All right. Now, before we move on to the next section, so all of that started out on page 145, but before we actually got into these different sections, these four things, I want to call that something that would be section header 3, so it's bigger than those ones. And so it's on 145. What would we title all of this?
Four cases
Of
relative value of the
quantitative
determinacy of the yeah like
the quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value.
yeah.
You want to type that out? Yeah. So 4 cases of the determinative
Shit.
What? Oh, you can copy paste. Nice. Badass.
Goes there. And then 4 cases
Goes there.
4 cases for Okay. And then that's section or subsection 3. Yep.
Yeah.
And that starts 147.
It's so taking the sections 1, 2, 3. Like we never titled section 1. Section 2 was the quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. Was section 1? Let's see. It's probably page 140. Okay, can you go to 140 really quick and then copy the italicized part that starts there with 1, the content of the relative form of value, and then just paste that, control shift V, paste that into the I. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's beautiful. And so these are all underneath. Okay, so there's a problem here for the way this is going to show up, because it's saying that. So I think that, yeah, that needs to be. Okay, it'll be fine. This is fine. This is good. We're doing great. All right, so this is section header 3 on point 3. Good. Yes. Learning to take cooperative notes from live readings. You're seeing it here first, folks. All right.
And these notes are the shit, dude. Like having like the notes documents are fucking it's crazy, dude. Like
I honestly don't think they're worth a fucking thing to anybody except for us. And if somebody joins in on the process of what we're doing, it'll be useful to them. And then in the long run, because this will give us such a good basis in all of this, as we go back over these things and add to it when we re-release on Sundays and are listening to it and adding on the notes and everything, and then we go back to it on our own and keep adding to it, over time it refines us in such a way that it makes us better at talking about these things. And then we will give killer lectures or write killer works. So like that's the value to other people in this long run. They won't see this. Like most people won't see, like they'll hold a book in their hand, they'll read it and they'll go, oh wow, that was fucking clear. And they didn't use the jargon. That's amazing. But it like really, yeah, okay. And they even like have a basis in all these texts. Like great. But anyway, I'm just saying like for us though, like, cause I know that's what you meant. I know that you just mean for us, but I'm just saying like, I don't think that we're making, I do get like this sense that people think that a shared notes doc is inherently valuable. Like they've created knowledge, and it's not true. Knowledge is worthless unless it's applied. And so it's like all of this is part of a much bigger process. And if a bunch of people add little bits and pieces to a big document, it's worthless if it cannot be metabolized by actual individuals. It has to be metabolized by singularities. So the two of us have to metabolize this, or it's going to be worthless. Because it's just like I'm just resisting this idea of like, oh, it's knowledge and it's worth something. And I know you didn't even mean that, but I just wanted to push back against it because I know that that's something that some people. Oh, what, you think you're making some value by just making a notes document? Like, no, it doesn't do anything to you unless you work through it yourself.
Right. Like, no, I'm stoked about what's going to come out of this shit years from now.
Yeah, dude.
Like, because it's like, holy shit, this is as a resource for the project. It is the shit. Like when reading Lumen, like Lumen created, instead of thought palaces, he creates like thoughts, I don't know, directories and shit. Like this is doing that. Like,
yeah. And it's think about a palace of your mind that you build, and it's got all these different books in it. Now, the way that people think about it is that these books exist out there on their own. They have their own intrinsic value. And then by reading them, now you have some additional value, right? Oh, I read that. That's the value of it, is to be able to say, oh, I read that. But you have not metabolized its contents and applied it in your own thinking over sustained work with other people, an intellectual milieu, over the years. And so the idea of taking a scene into being more than just a scene and saying, I was a scene kid in this scene, but I want to be more than that. I want to be in the band, actually means metabolizing these things. And so, like, you know, I can listen to Theory and Philosophy, David over at Theory and Philosophy, tell me what Marx is doing in the first quarter of Capital. I listened to it on my jog earlier, and it doesn't do a goddamn thing for me. Like, I was listening as hard as I could, but it just doesn't actually do anything. You just have to do it yourself. And so, like, part of my concern is that anybody who's actually listening to us right now, I see you, they're going to think that they're doing it by listening to it, us do it. Now, you're not. You're not doing it. It doesn't do anything for you. It makes you feel like you did it. It's parasocial. It's simulacrum. But it doesn't have to stop there, because if you absorb it, if you're around other people doing it enough, it's not that you absorb the knowledge and now you're able to talk like us, walk like us, blah, blah, blah. You can ape people who did it. That's not the point. That is currently how a lot of academia functions. The point is that I'm saying that what you absorb is not the objective value, or subjective, whatever, the value supposedly contained in the work, or our takes, or drop and takes the way we do. Like, that's not what you absorb, I hope. There will be people who just absorb that by listening to us. But the point is that you feel like your time is garbage time. You're not able to focus. You've got ADHD or dyslexia. You can only really play video games, or you can only really do these other kinds of things with your garbage time. And at a certain level, that's true, because you don't have time energy, right? That's true. What I'm getting at, though, is that I hope that it's that what you absorb from watching these is inspiration, motivation, direction, and the kind of direction that comes from a sort of potential recognition, to just like catalyze you to take it on to do it yourself. And you might listen to it for 2 years before, this kind of content, you might listen to it for 5 years before you actually flip the script and start doing it yourself. But at the level of like our goals, our aspirations for this Capital Mondays project, there's the value we get from it by metabolizing it ourselves. And that's a process that requires, first we make the notes by doing this reading together. Then we post these on Sundays and we revisit it and we add to our notes. And then we go back to it on our own over time. And then we apply it through in our own thinking and engagement with the world and other texts and people who are also coming at all of this stuff. And then we're able to write the books or teach the courses, like me teaching like the Introduction to Capital course that I would ultimately want to be able to teach. That's the big goal here. That's the value for us. But the value for you, hopefully, is catalyzing you out of the sign value of being a consumer of this kind of content, to make you feel inadequate as remaining a scene kid forever, even though it's a great place to be. It's base camp, and base camp is an awesome place to be because you get to see all these people who are climbing mountains, and you get to have conversations with them when they come back down. You get to watch them as they actually go up. You get to cheer them on. You get to send them care packages. You get to, whatever. Base camp is cool. The scene is awesome, and being a scene kid is valid, but the reason we actually are showing you the process as we figure it out for ourselves is because we're not satisfied with where it's been at. We're not satisfied with being seen kids. We want to actually develop ourselves intellectually. And so theoretically and practically, we want to be able to develop ourselves. And so it's like we play this for like, you know, during the premiere, someone will pop in and be like, oh yeah, I'm so radical. I'm a radical. I'm so radical. Oh, I've read that. And it's like, that's fetishization. You're missing the point. It's the process. Get into the process with us, please. It's worth it. It'll only, like, you'll get back 10 times what you put into it, but only if you put enough into it. But, you know, also, like, at a certain level, just listening to it and learning how to talk, like, at a certain level, for some people, that is enough. And I'm not going to try to diminish that either. But, of course, I am trying to put the boot in the butt of enough people to be like, hey, get on board with us. We're not doing this later. We're doing this now. We could die tomorrow. You could die tomorrow. We only have, for sure, the time that we have. And we really don't know. So it's the process that matters, not that final outcome. Like, yeah, I'm goal-directed 100%. And these are definitely like non-profit driven motives. But there's all this other stuff that goes into it. And being alive is a condition of possibility there. And we don't know if we're going to die at any given moment. And we don't know what could happen to Theory Underground. And so this stuff really is very, very vulnerable, very, very fragile, very, very transient. And so if you feel like excited about all of this, please get involved with us. And if you are just kind of like, well, no, I'm not that committed. I just kind of like popping in on things because I'm just like checking out things online, and this just popped up, and so I only popped in for 10 minutes or whatever. Don't worry about it. But definitely like subscribe. Definitely, because the point is like, yeah, your gamified mind and the algorithm, the relationship between those two things right now is that you are a consumer, you are a seen kid, and you're doing that. Yeah. Letting other people think for you, feeling like you're thinking for yourself, picking up how to drop takes the way that various people drop takes. The point is, we might be able to, in some ways, train the algorithms to surround us with a kind of content that breeds dissatisfaction in our actual habits, and at the same time inspires us and catalyzes us out of our current consumer cycle. So that's pretty much what it is. We got to close out. I feel really good about today. I know we only made it like a few pages, but I don't know, like, I feel good about it, man.
Yeah, dude, I feel really fucking good about it. Like, it's the shit. Like, I feel like, I mean, I don't know. Just in the past couple days, YouTube has been recommending me various videos that other people have released on Kapital. And some are like 4 hours and some are like 45 minutes. And I haven't watched any of them because, frankly, I don't care what some other YouTube video essayist or some other collective of people reading books. I don't really care what they have to say about it. I'm going to read it for myself. And I feel good about the fact that however long this video winds up being, like, no, dude, like, we ate the fuck out of that steak. Like, we didn't just graze. We ate the fuck out of that shit.
Yeah, man. And I feel like we're learning a couple of really important skills. One is thinking on our feet as we read aloud. For me, it's like very hard to track what's going on while reading aloud. It always has been. It kind of relates to, I think, being forced to read the Bible every morning super early. And literally reading the words but not understanding them. Like I didn't have the comprehension and I wasn't trying. And I also resented the process. And, you know, that developed libidinally for me, like a resistance. And now like when I'm older, it's like if I participate in a reading group and then we're all taking turns reading and stuff, I can't follow what's going on, man. I don't know how normal that is for other people. I know that I've got my particular bullshit that goes into it, but like learning how to think on my feet, process what's being said and what I need to actually say about it in the notes document all at the same time is insane. And then the second thing being our development of the notes doc and figuring out like our process for that. Like, I love it. That's, it's something we need to do and it will become faster. Right? Like, we will get to the point where I believe, I don't know how long it'll take, but the goal is that I read a whole page and then I go, what do you got, Nance? And then you read off your notes and I go, base, and then I move on. Or I say, oh yeah, add this, and you go, oh yeah. And then we move on to the next page. You read a page and then you go, what do you got, Dave? I go, oh, blah, blah, blah. If we can do that, dude, we can do anything.
Dude, I gotta say, I think we did a pretty good job, I think, of doing that page by page, stopping, checking in, restating, understanding, like checking in on our own understanding. I don't know, dude. It's dope as fuck. Like, I wish when I was a little kid, I wish this existed when I was younger. Like, because I loved learning, or at least the idea of learning, or the ideology of learning. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. And now in my later life, like, I am resentful. This is how it should be done. I fucking feel amazing after reading 20 pages.
And by the way, like normally these videos are more like 6 hours long instead of, this one's about 5 hours long. But we started late and we did a run. Mm-hmm. So people don't know that, but at one point in this video, you'll never find where, we paused OBS and both went on runs. How far did you run?
I did 1.5 miles.
I ran 2 miles and I ran 2.4 miles in something like 27 minutes. Like, I mean, like my first mile when I started tracking, like about 3 weeks ago, took 12 minutes. And I only ran 1 mile. And then the second time I only ran 1 mile. Right. And then I added another mile this week. And then today I was like going to go do 2 miles. And then I added another half. And it feels really good. I feel better than I've ever felt in my life. So.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Can you do that, Goggins? Mr. Goggins, man? Can you read Das Kapital?
Can you go run while reading Capital?
Yeah, I'd like him to deadlift 550 and then get on with us, and we can sit here and collaborate and see how good his notes are, see how good his articulations of what is being said on the one hand are, and then on the other hand, what his meta-analysis and interpretation and his own position and all of that is. I don't know, just saying. I'm not saying it's like a dick measuring contest or anything. Not saying that at all.
But if anybody's checking.
Yeah. Let me put it on the table. All right, everybody. Catch you next week. Peace.
Peace.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, you know? And yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McKerracher, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually, a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist. It's like, how so-and-so's a new book, have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Timenergy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living, and then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. Alright, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.